I think we have the same problem that we had last time around. People did not hear. Councillor McEwen, could you unmute, please, and let us know if you can hear us all right? They can't
They
hear.
can't hear us?
We can hear you.
I can hear you, Mayor George.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure. We are. I guess what we should do perhaps is move on to the next, then both delegations are online, is that correct? Oh. No, we have an in-person delegation. So I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll move ahead to item 4.2. And I'd like to introduce Carl Papel and you got anybody with you tonight? You haven't got Andrew with you. Okay, well, welcome and thank you. Carl is our auditor and is here to present with respect to our 2021 consolidated financial statements. So welcome. The floor is yours. Please proceed. You have to press the button right at the top, right by the top there. And it'll come, a red light will come on. You'll see. There. No, sorry, I'll get it. Okay. It's right here. Sorry. It's turned itself around. It's on the bottom now. Maybe not. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's not.
No, we're good. You're good to go now.
Hello. Yes, thank you. Well, it's a pleasure to be here in person. Certainly a significant change from the last couple of years that we've all endured. So I do appreciate the opportunity to present to council and residents this evening the annual financial statements for the corporation of the municipality of Whitestone. And this is for your fiscal year ended December 31st, 2021. The first page of the package labeled page number 1 is our independent auditor's report. And I would just highlight a few of the comments here. The report states that we have audited the consolidated financial statements of the corporation of the municipality of Whitestone. They're consolidated because they include not only the accounts of the municipality, but also the accounts of the cemetery and the library. So those are all combined together. These financial statements, which comprise the consolidated statement of financial position at December 31st, 2021, that's your fiscal year end, and the consolidated statements of operations, statement of change in financial assets, and net cash flows. In our opinion, the accompanying financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the corporation of Whitestone as at December 31st, 2021, in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. The work that we do in order to express this unqualified opinion, in our report, it states, and this is in standard format, required format, we conduct our audit in accordance with Canadian generally accepted auditing standards. Our responsibility under those standards are further described in the auditor's responsibility for the audit of financial statements section of our report. We are independent of the municipality in accordance with the ethical requirements that are relevant to our audit of the consolidated financial statements. We believe that the audit evidence we've obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for our opinion. So in summary, it's a clean auditor's report. We conducted our audit. We perform tests and procedures, review accounts, review invoices, review disbursements, review accounting control systems, review, you can say, invoices, budgets, and approvals. So we do a wide range of tests to satisfy ourselves that the financial statements are presented fairly without material misstatement. Again, a clean auditor's report. I'd ask you to turn to page 3 of the package, which is the consolidated statement of financial position, and I'll make a few highlight comments here. First category in financial assets is cash and cash equivalents. Cash increased during the year, such that at December 31st, you had on hand in the bank $1,481,000 as compared to $1,184,000 last year, an increase of $303,000. Accounts receivable, in other words, amounts owed to the municipality as at the fiscal year end date, decreased from $759,000 in 2020 to $532,261 in the current year. Two of the factors, the major factors for the decrease was that taxes receivable decreased from $470,000 in the prior year to $386,000 this year. And you had less owing from the federal government for HST ITC refund. In the prior year, it was $226,000, and this year was $125,000. Next category, temporary borrowing no longer exists in the current year. There was $249,000 last year, of which was repaid and refinanced. Accounts payable and accrued liabilities decreased from $690,000 last year to $452,000 this year. A significant decrease was the timing of a school board amounts that you collect on behalf of school boards had not been remitted at the end of last year and were remitted this year on time. So that's why the payables came down. Deferred revenue, I'll ask you to turn to note 6 to the financial statements. Deferred revenue are amounts that have been received by the municipality, but cannot be taken into income because they have not been spent yet in accordance with the programs that they are assigned for. So on page 10, note 6 to the financial statements, we can see that included in deferred revenue is cash in lieu of parkland and other items, 2 items in particular totaling $79,000. There were funds received in respect of playground equipment that had not been spent yet at the end of the fiscal year. And there was a donation for a nursing station, which we understand will be also expensed in this coming year, well, in the current year in 2022. Back on the statement of financial position, the municipal debt increased during the year from $1,139,000 to $1,469,000. There are details in note 7 on page 11 of the package. Two new loans were entered into this year, both with Infrastructure Ontario. The ending amount at the end of December 2021 was $242,577, and the other was also with Infrastructure Ontario for $235,834 as at the end of the fiscal year. I would comment and note, given the rising interest rate environment that we obviously are now enduring, that the 5 pieces of long-term debt that total $1.4 million and $69,000 of the Corporation of Whitestone, your interest rates are fixed interest rates, ranging from 2.33% to a high of 2.46%. So obviously at historical low rates and prior to the new round of rate increases. Back on the balance sheet, on the statement of financial position, landfill closure and post-closure liability, details are provided in note 9. This is an amount that reflects future costs related to the closure and post-closure care and maintenance of your landfill sites. So this is in note, details are provided in note 9, I apologize, note 9 to the financial statements on page 12. In 2022, there was a recent study that was completed, which is required on a triannual basis. And the December 21 liabilities for each of the landfill sites was adjusted to reflect the changes in assumptions and experience that occurred during the past 3 years. So again, you have 2 landfill sites, Dunchurch landfill and the Olds Road landfill site. And details are in note 9 of the financial statements. The next major item on the statement of financial position is the tangible capital assets. They decreased slightly in the year from 9,910,000 to 9,902,000. Under Canadian public sector accounting standards, all public sector entities, including the municipality of Whitestone, are required to present all of your assets that you've spent and managed still on your financial statements. So the tangible capital assets of 9.9 million is the amount that you've spent over the years on your tangible capital assets, less the amount that they need to be written off each year as they depreciate and wear and reach their useful lives limits. So on note 11, schedule 1, there's details on changes in the tangible capital assets in the current year. You can see there were additions in aggregate of $734,532 in the current year, and there was amortization of $737,953. So in summary, you invested in replacement and new capital assets at almost exactly the same amount as your accounting depreciation over the estimated lives of your existing assets. So a good matching there of new investment to the amortization cost, if you will, of the depreciating assets. So those are the major categories in the statement of financial position. So in summary, you have an accumulated surplus, which was 9,300,000 in 2020 and grew slightly to 9,321,000 in 2021. And again, the major component of that surplus, of course, is the tangible capital assets, which are not cash, but they are the investments that are roads, bridges, equipment, buildings, where we sit right now, all those types of items. The next page in the package is page number 4, and this is the statement of operations. Statement of operation includes detailed budget information, includes actual results for the current year and comparative results for the prior year. So each of these categories, the major categories, there is detailed budget work that's done each year. There's detailed analysis prepared by staff on an ongoing basis during the year that council is able to review. And so these are the summary, if you will, of the 12-month experience for each of these major categories. And just a couple of highlights from my perspective. Property taxes increased for the year from $2,950,000 in the prior year to $3,026,736 in the current year. User fees increased from $35,000 to $78,000. You had a sale of some parkland property, which generated a gain on sale of $116,000. Licenses and permits included in other increased from $84,000 in 2020 to $187,000 in 2021. On the expense side, main category that was a little bit higher than the prior year, transportation services. Again, there was a fair bit of work done on the roads. Gravel costs increased by $48,000 in the year. Wages in that department increased by $68,000 for the year. So on balance for the year, you had a small surplus of $21,064 on a full PSAB basis. So again, this is not your municipal surplus. This is the surplus in accordance with full PSAB rules, where capital expenditures are deferred and put on your balance sheet and then amortized over time. So this is what's on a full accrual basis. Next pages of interest, page 7, 8, and 9. These are your accounting policies. So these accounting policies are the various methodologies that are used in arriving at your balance sheet and income statement amounts. These accounting policies are in accordance with prescribed accounting policies for public sector entities such as the municipality of Whitestone. We review these accounting policies on an annual basis to ensure that we're satisfied that the policies are still appropriate, that they don't need to be changed. We compare your policies to other similar sized municipalities so that to see that there's comparability between similar municipalities. And so we've done all of that. And I can tell you that there were no changes in significant accounting policies in the current fiscal year. On page 9 of the package, note number 2, information on amounts that you collect on behalf of, or contributions, sorry, to various joint boards. During the year, there was 262,000 contributed to the District of Parry Sound, the DSAD board, 29,000 North Bay Parry Sound District Health Unit, and the District of Parry Sound Home for the Aged was 40,706 versus 92,000 in the prior year. There was a one-time surplus received in 2021 from the District of Parry Sound Home for the Aged. On page 10, note number 3, operations of school boards. Again, these are amounts that you collect through your property taxes that are levied, of course, annually, and you collect these on behalf of school boards. And this is information here and the amount that was collected, and the amounts that were permitted. So those would be my sort of detailed comments in respect of the financial package. I would like to thank the municipal staff for their assistance. Again, the audit went very smoothly. My team did not run into difficulties and issues, so we really do appreciate the efforts of staff to helping us get our job done on an efficient and effective basis. And I would have one sort of overarching comment, I guess, and that is that I would say, in my view, this is a healthy financial position for the municipality of Whitestone. You have reserves, you have cash that represents those reserves, you have limited borrowing and at low rates. So overall, from my perspective, in terms of the other 10 or 11 municipalities that we look at, I think you definitely are a strong, healthy municipality with good financial governance processes and procedures. Those have been my comments.
Okay, thank you very much, Carl. I'll open it up to questions or comments from our councillors. Councillor Lamb?
Yeah, thanks, Carl. Your last comment answered my question about how do we sit vis-a-vis other communities our size. And if I read you right, we're in pretty good shape. Are we better than the average, or are we less than the average? So I'm a man of averages.
I think for a small municipality, I think it's a very healthy financial position. Your borrowings are limited; they're at low rates. You manage, and we've been your auditors for a number of years, and we notice on a regular basis sort of the respect for capital asset replacement and improvement requirements, and I think fiscal and prudent setting of tax rates in order to accomplish those objectives, such that your assets don't overly deteriorate, and the quality of use of the assets remains at a high level. Where do you compare? I mean, there are much larger townships and cities that have significant amounts of debt that you can read about online every day. So we're nowhere near that. I think it's a healthy financial position. The challenge, of course, in municipal funding is that local taxation base is not the only source of how we raised and paid for our roads and bridges and buildings over the years, and it continues to be significantly competitive and difficult, of course, to source those funds when you're looking for sort of matched funding and trying to replace your capital assets. So that's an ongoing financial challenge for all small municipalities. And it almost seems that if you have no debt, you're at a competitive disadvantage in sourcing other transfers from other government bodies to support your capital program. So again, I see good balance with a little bit of debt. And therefore, I think you are in good stead that way also.
Okay, my second question is more so that people understand, both here and on Zoom. Can you talk in like 1 minute or less about what our borrowing limit is? Because our plan over the last few years has been capital assets, big road projects, that sort of thing, to amortize them over the life of the asset at low rates. So can you explain sort of the limits of borrowing for a community like Whitestone and where we sit in terms of that? Are we 50% of that or 20% of that?
So I might have to defer to your treasurer if he might have that statistic exactly on hand. I'm not sure. We do review on an annual basis that you are well below the annual borrowing limit as determined by the under the Municipal Act. Off the top of my head, you don't provide that specific disclosure in your financial statements. I'm not sure if, am I putting you on the spot, Manish? Perhaps would you know what your percentage is? You're fairly low, but I don't want to quote an
I
incorrect
think
number.
Barb knows. She's putting her hand up there, but
Okay.
once we get her mic working, I guess. That'll be an easier way.
We did have it. Oh, can you hear me? Oh. As it happens, I was just looking at it today through you, Mr. Mayor. Our debt limit is established based on 25% of our own source revenues, which is essentially taxes and the revenues that we generally control. Our maximum based on that is 900,000 change. We have used some portion of that. So I believe we were down to, I think it's in the report that I wrote for tonight on the amendment to the budget, 600,000 roughly, we still have available. And what that means is that's an annual repayment. So that means that we have the ability to incur additional debt up to an amount that would be equivalent to paying back another $600,000 a year. That's not the principal. That's what we would be paying on an annual basis. So we're well below that 25%. We have a couple of items that are coming up, as we know, that will fluctuate back and forth. We have some loans that are going to be maturing within the next 2 years that will create additional room. So we are probably, based on the numbers that I was looking at today, we're at about 12%, perhaps, maybe a little bit less than that in total of what we would be our total debt load.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Other questions? I don't know. We don't in this. Well, I don't know. If the councilors don't have any questions, we'll take your question, but you need to go to a mic so people can hear what it is. And please state your name.
Yes,
before you-
hi. Yeah, Hagan Matern, resident on Wawashkesh. The great picture. Councilor Lamb, thanks. It seems that the picture is good. How is it over the last 10 years? Is it an improving picture for the township? Has there been, is it improving? Is it heading in a positive direction? Level, steady? It's interesting because obviously as taxpayers, we need to know that things are going in the right direction. Can you comment?
Well, I don't think I will, but
I can.
perhaps Carl, who's
I can. I've been around through those 15 years. So I can always tell you that Whitestone has been in pretty good shape. Okay. If you look at our reserves over the years, they're always $1 million or more. Our spending is in line, our borrowing is in line. And I would say we've been, if Carl was here 10 years ago, he probably would have given a very similar review to what he gave tonight, that we're in good shape vis-a-vis other communities. So, and of course, if you look in the area of I don't know, 15 different tax rates. Ours is one of the lowest. I think we're third from the bottom. So I think from my standpoint, we've been fiscally pretty responsible in this community. And so I don't know whether that helps you, but those are
No,
my
that-
observations.
That's great. Thank you. I just wanted to see what the picture was, where it is and where it needs to go, if changes need to be made, but it sounds like things are good.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I see. Thank you. Are there any other questions for Carl? Well, if not, thank you very much again, Carl, for coming and sharing that good news story with us.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Okay, we will now move back to item 4.1. Our Integrity Commissioner, Harold Elston, is now on the Zoom call. And I can see him, you can't, but anyway, he has a report to make on a complaint. And so without further ado, Harold, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good evening, everybody. This is a fairly short report, but it deals with what I'll say a couple of important matters. First of all is the release of confidential information, and secondly, the use of municipal property. So I'll just read the first couple of paragraphs because I think it provides a good sort of summary. On May 14th, 2022, Whitestone councillors Lamb and Woods distributed an email to a group of several hundred people, inviting them to a meeting on June 11, 2022 to, quote, discuss our political aspirations for the October municipal election. End of quote. The email distribution list was municipal property gathered by the municipality in connection with a survey on a proposed wellness center. I received 2 complaints from recipients on the list. They were upset that their email addresses were shown to all recipients, and they alleged contravention of the code of conduct and the municipality's use of corporate resources for election purposes policy. The list came about because the municipality had conducted a survey across the municipality, just getting people's feedback for the pool and wellness center, and they kept a binder. And so councillors Woods and Lamb had the binder. All councillors had access to it. And as I understand it, they compiled a list of a couple hundred people from that binder and sent out this email. I think, and I accept what the councillors tell me, that they meant to put the list of people as a blind carbon copy, not as a carbon copy. So that would have, hidden everybody's personal information. But as it turns out, the list was there for everybody to see. And under the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, something like an email address is considered someone's personal information and not to be disclosed. So this brought into play both the code of conduct and the election bylaw. So in the report, I just refer to 4 sections of the code. 8.1, no member shall disclose, release, sell, or publish by any means, directly or indirectly, to any person or to the public, any confidential information. No member shall use confidential information for personal or private gain or benefit. No member shall obtain access or attempt to gain access to confidential information in the custody of the municipality. And then section 516 of your election bylaw says distribution lists or contact lists developed utilizing corporate resources for corporate/municipal purposes or through contact in a member of council's role shall not be used for election purposes. So we can see, a couple of issues here: the release of the confidential information and the use of the information, which for any purpose, if it's municipal property, shouldn't be used, and especially for election purposes. And the Municipal Elections Act has provisions in it which prohibit a municipality sort of making any contribution or the property of the municipality being used. So in my discussion and findings, I say I accept that the list was revealed by mistake, but its purpose was clearly related to the upcoming election, and the use of the municipality's proprietary information was improper. I found Councillor Lamb and Woods breached sections 8 and 9 and section 516 of the elections bylaw. And in terms of sanction, I'm just recommending that council reprimand them in a form of a reminder about, first of all, the importance of every member of council's duty not to disclose confidential information, and then not to use municipal property for any purpose other than the business of the municipality, and especially not engaging in things related to the election. So that's all I have from my report, Your Worship, and I can try and answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Elston. Questions from councillors? Councillor Gorham Matthews.
Yes, thank you. I'm curious as to the next step with regards to the breach of privacy of the emails. Would you recommend that we continue on with the privacy commissioner, or because I feel like your report, while it's thorough, it doesn't address the issue that the emails were removed from municipal property in the first place. It was in a confidential binder that shouldn't have been recorded into someone's property and removed from the property of the municipality. The organization of the municipality of Whitestone was the property owner of those emails, and they were in a confidential binder that a reasonable person wouldn't assume that it's okay to record that information and remove it from the property. When you look at the Personal Information Protection Act, it asks, what would a reasonable person do with a similar knowledge and skills and judgment? Would you consider it reasonable to take someone's personal information, which an email address is considered personal information, and remove it and use it for your own purposes? So I'm just wondering, what is the next legal step in terms of privacy commissioner or something? Because I don't think the people that have had their privacy breached are going to be satisfied with a reprimand.
Oh, well, thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Well, you're correct. There is a separate kind of parallel process under MFIPA, and the privacy commissioner, as I understand it, has been alerted to this. There's a duty on the municipality to alert if there has been a breach, and the privacy commissioner will do a separate investigation and determine what, if anything, needs to be done. There's usually, notice to everybody, which I believe may have already been sent out. So there are, there are remedies available under MFIPA to the privacy commissioner, and I'm just, not sure how, what they're going to suggest. My focus was on the code and the use of corporate resources for election purposes. And in both cases, I recognize that there had been a breach of the code. They shouldn't have made the list. They shouldn't have disclosed everybody's personal information, and they shouldn't have been doing it for election purposes. So I think I've done really that was within my jurisdiction. That's pretty much all I could do. And I do see it as something that, they need to be reminded of this. These are the kind of things that, you really do have to pay attention, especially at a municipality where they're governed by the Act. All records of the municipality are available to the public, but they can't be disclosed if they are, for example, releasing someone's personal information. So it's serious. But in my view, I think just maybe the delivery of this report and a bit of a reminder to everybody that, it's important to respect the privacy of the information that they have access to as members of council, and not to be using it.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions? I guess I have a question, and it's with regard to the federal anti-spam legislation, which I understand that's Commissioner, this is outside of your jurisdiction as in terms of the your official duties with us, but I wondered if you had any. It certainly appears to me that sending emails to people who have not consented to receive them for that purpose is an offense under that legislation. So I wondered if you could comment on that.
Well, thank you, Your Worship, but I have to admit I've never dealt with that legislation. I'm not familiar with it, so I'm really not in a position to help you with that question.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Councilor
Mayor, do you
McEwen,
hear,
did I see you,
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, do you read Joe McEwen?
Yes, thank you. We hear you. Go ahead, please, Councilor McEwen.
Yeah, I've had a trying evening, Mr. Mayor and group. We've had some medical issue, and I finally got connected through here by voice. I've been listening to this very interestingly. Again, it kind of goes back to the hurt and the damage that gets done to the people when this kind of thing happens. When something has to be reported on because of breaches and some illegal actions and such. So moving forward, Mr. Alston, would it not be appropriate that maybe the municipality would look at what charges could be brought forward? I know there's very limited things we can do as a council because of provincial jurisdictions. I guess one thing we can do is look at cutting remuneration. We can't do anything such as asking them to resign and such thing for having breached what they have. But I feel very, very uncomfortable with these people moving forward and doing this kind of thing. They're losing the support of their community, upsetting people. They're losing the trust of whom they were elected to serve. So anyway, I don't know if you have any comment on that, but moving forward, I hope we can look into still some charging of some sort.
Through you, Your Worship, I don't think I really have much to say. I try and sort of stick to my jurisdiction here, and certainly to me it was a very clear breach of both the code and your policy, and there are very limited sanctions available to council. I am only making a recommendation. Of course, you're able to reprimand or suspend compensation for up to 90 days if you thought I'll say a sterner or stricter sanction was in order. So yes, but I hope I haven't sort of downplayed the importance of it, and it does affect people, and the municipality gathers all kinds of information, and the public have to feel that it is being safeguarded and people don't have access to it. And if they do, they're not using it for reasons that they really shouldn't be.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your overview on it, of being concerned about the breaches and the use of information. So back to you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I was going to ask if Councillor Lamb or Councillor Woods has anything.
Yeah.
Anything you wish to say?
That I have a few things I would like to say, Mr. Mayor. One, as far as sending the email out, that was a mistake on my part. I fully admit to that. I'll take my lumps like a big boy. Councillor Lamb was involved with it. We decided to ask people to come to a meeting and make ourselves available to the taxpayers of this community. If that's something that bothers somebody, I'm not going to change that. As long as I live in this municipality and as long as I sit at this table, I will make myself available to anybody, whether or not they agree with me or not. The fact remains, I made a mistake. I have no intention of using the list again. I'm sorry that I caused anybody any inconvenience. I also issued an email 15, maybe 20 minutes after I realized that I made the mistake. Out of the over 200 people that I tried to contact, 3 people took exception to it. Many people specifically called me and said, Brian, use my email for anything that you need, as long as it's for the best interest of the municipality. One email that I was sent, which I believe this could have been one of the people that filed the complaint. The fact that the complainant's names aren't in the report is bothersome to me, seeing as every other integrity commissioner complaint, people were named whether or not they were employees of the municipality or they were just basic ratepayers. Why this one's being withheld is beyond me. I think everybody in the community should question that fact right there. But the one email that I did get said, don't email me, you greasy bastards. You are what's wrong with the
Okay, sorry.
municipality.
I'm gonna.
No more old white men.
Brian, excuse me. I'm Councillor
I'm
Woods.
going to continue
no,
talking,
no,
Mr. Mayor.
No, sorry. I'm going to cut this off now.
Okay, then
please.
I won't read that. I'll post it on Facebook. But I will read
That's
what is in this report and what I have
please,
the problems with.
please be brief. This is not enough.
Mr. Mayor, nobody told you to be brief when you were doing your integrity mission or commissioner
You are
response,
not,
sir.
you are not here to debate either me
I'm not
or
debating you. I'm
the
trying to get
integrity-
my point
or
across.
the integrity
You got
commissioner.
yours. Councillor Gorham Matthews got hers.
I-
Councillor McEwen got his.
She was brief.
Now it's my turn.
They were brief.
It's
Please
a-
be brief.
It's a complaint against me, Mr. Mayor.
All right, but we've got a lot of other business to
You're right,
conduct
we do.
tonight.
And when this one's
and-
done, we'll get on with the rest of it like we do in every other council meeting.
Okay, any more
You can-
objectionable comments about this? I will cut you off. I'm serious. So Be
Objectionable.
careful. Be careful.
I don't have to be careful, Mr. Mayor. If you
Yeah,
feel
all
the
right.
need
Okay,
to throw
sorry.
me out, then you can
Sorry,
throw me
you-
out of the meeting.
Let him
I'm-
That's
talk.
fine, but I
going-
only wanted to say what is in this report that I don't think, I think there's parts that are missed in the report,
Please
Mr.
be
Mayor.
brief. If you can't do that, I will cut you off. I'm sorry. This is not appropriate.
Are you finished?
Not in. I do not have to be, I am the chair of the meeting.
George, be
And
quiet, let
if
him
you are
talk.
not prepared to deal with the chair with respect, I will ask you to leave the meeting.
Mr. Mayor, you cut me off every time I try to say something, regardless of what it is about in the municipality.
No, that isn't true, Councillor Woods, and you know that. So finish up, please.
The fact remains, the list wasn't stolen. The vast majority of these emails were either sent directly to myself or Councillor Lamb, and they were forwarded to the addresses provided by the municipality over the pool. Fair?
Carry on.
The back section in the binder would have rivaled this bad boy right here that we have for an agenda tonight. They were all addressed to Councillor Lamb. So we didn't try to steal anything. My only goal and Councillor Lamb's goal was join us and get involved. That's what the message was about. section 516 that you found us guilty of. I don't understand why, Mr. Elston, you didn't mention 517 that states the above recommendations shall also apply to an acclaimed member or member not seeking re-election. They're recommendations. This isn't a rule or a regulation. And in any legal dictionary I looked up, recommendations is not in there. The definition of a recommendation is a suggestion or a proposal. That's a suggestion. That's not a rule or a regulation. And in case everybody doesn't realize, I wasn't elected and I wasn't acclaimed. I was selected because I was the next man up with votes, like you were, Mr. Mayor. You were selected as the mayor, correct?
I was appointed.
This
Appointed by
does not
council.
apply to me. And to this date, I haven't filed any papers for re-election. Or, sorry, not re-election, election, because I was never elected. All I was doing was giving everybody an opportunity after a 2-year stint of nobody wanting to leave their house to come out. You could yell and scream at me and tell me you think I did a horrible job. That's fine. I wish people would do that. At least engage. Whether or not you agree or disagree with me, I'm still here trying to do my job. I'm sorry that I've caused people an inconvenience. So has Councillor Lamb. We've both been torn up over this because we really had no intentions of doing any wrong. But the one section in this report states staff knew about this list well over a year ago. All of this could have been avoided. If a staff member had said, you guys have this list, you can't have it, you can't use it. That didn't happen. You guys want to condemn me, by all means, condemn me. No problem. I'll take my lumps like a big boy. So take your best shot and I'll stand here with a grin while I tuck my chin. Thank you very much.
All right, well, I don't know if Councillor Elston wants to respond to the assertion that that somehow or other the code of conduct does not apply to Councillor Woods, but
Well,
Not the code
thank
of
you, Your
conduct.
Worship. I'll
Should
just,
read the section in the report in front of you.
Mr. Mayor,
I have
if
in
you-
front
if
of
you
me
find
the,
one more interruption and you're out. Mr. Elston?
thank you, Your Worship. So this policy, it's a bylaw of the municipality. It's bylaw number 12-2022. It's called being a bylaw to adopt the use of corporate resources for election purposes policy for the corporation of the municipality of Whitestone. And under 1, general policy statement, it says this policy is applicable to all candidates, comma, members of council, bracket, including members not seeking re-election, as well as those acclaimed, bracket, comma, a registered third party and members of staff. So I don't agree. I do think this policy applies to Councillor Woods. Other than that, I don't think I have anything more. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Councillor Lamb, do you have
I'm not
anything?
going to take any punches in the chin, so you don't have to worry about it. I'm too old to get a punch. Listen, this, as Brian, as Councilor was trying to say, all we were trying to do was get some people together. We had 2 great meetings, by the way, for what it's worth. As he said, some of these emails came from the responses to the pool. Most of them, quite frankly, came to me personally during the pool. I was very active. I was against our investment in the pool, and everyone knew it. And 84% of the people knew it, and they sent me emails. Now, I forwarded them on to the municipality. We also were in communication with all these people over the pool. So this isn't the first time we were in communication with them. And when we did, they had the opportunity to say, we don't want any more emails. And again, let's not go overreacting and suspending people and overreaching. What an integrity commissioner says, give them a warning, right? But, if you want to overreach and say, oh, let's go suspend them, then there'll be a time, it's coming, in October. There'll be a time where you can make all your judgments. And I think people in Whitestone will make the judgments. So Do what you want. I think it's a big mistake in my mind to go beyond what the integrity commissioner does, because you can't take your personality and make a decision, Councillor McEwen, because you get into personal dislikes of me, and people in the community know that.
Okay, Councillor Lamb, sorry, that's enough of that.
Oh,
No,
okay,
no.
I'm just saying,
There are no-
I'm telling you the truth.
No,
That's all I'm
you
saying.
aren't, you know
That's
very
the
well, you're not
truth.
allowed to make personal comments about people, so I'm
Well, okay, okay, anyway, that's all I'll say. The judge
It's not-
are the community and the people of Whitestone. So get on with whatever you want to do. Man alive, it's incredible to me. People know the truth. Thank you.
Councillor Gorham Matthews, did you have a comment?
Well, I just want to say that this is interesting that people wanted to come to your meeting, whatever, but it's completely irrelevant to the discussion of people's personal information has been breached.
We
And,
apologize.
but did you? You've apologized for not doing a blind copy, but you've never apologized for taking the email addresses. And you even write at the bottom of your letter, we got your email address from reviewing your input from the Google survey. And nobody consented to their email address being removed from the municipal office and used by you.
You're not,
You know, You're not
You're-
getting it.
you're not getting
This
that.
is-
Most of the emails came to me to begin with, and I
Count-
sent them to
You
them.
know,
Councillor
we can do an
Lamb, this is
audit.
not, you cannot debate with
go-
other councillors. You wait your turn when I acknowledge you.
I'm just saying.
Councillor
that
Gorham
you-
Matthews,
You
that's
said
the floor.
this on your letter that this is how you received the email addresses. We know you took the list. And I'm just saying that we need to follow due course with the privacy commissioner and the other things, because as an organization, we have a responsibility to protect people's personal information. I'm sorry if it offends you and if it doesn't fall into your list of contacting people and being a good person of representing the community. I represent the community too, but I still follow the law. You know, I just think that we need to receive this report. We have a lot of other things going on and we can discuss the rest later. Because we still need to follow the other due processes with the privacy commissioner.
Councillor
Is
Woods
it-
and I will take whatever the privacy commissioner of Ontario says to us. That's beyond your purview here. It's them. That's where it goes, and they'll tell us what happens to us, and we'll accept that. And to be clear, we are both, I think Brian did it on our behalf, we are sorry that we did what we did. We apologize. I don't know what else you want. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think for tonight, at least, we've probably spent enough time on this. So I'm going to wrap it up. We have a lot of other business to get on to. So our next item on the agenda is we have,
You're not going to conclude it?
Hmm?
You're not, isn't there a motion that we have?
well, no, we come back, we have matters arising from the presentations and delegations. I'm sorry, you're quite correct. And I'm going to I'm going to read a suggested motion and see if there is a mover and seconder. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone received the report from the Integrity Commissioner, which found that Councillors Lamb and Woods had contravened the Code of Conduct and the Elections Bylaw. And that Council reminds Councillor Lamb and Councillor Woods of their duty not to disclose confidential information or use municipal resources for election or any other improper purposes. And that consideration of penalties and solution and sanctions against Councillor Lamb and Councillor Wood be deferred to a future meeting. Is there a mover for that motion? It's moved by
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Gorham Matthews. Is there a seconder?
Mr. Mayor, I second Councilor McEwen.
Thank you, Councillor McEwen.
Motion.
I think we've heard from everybody on the subject, so I will, well, I was going to say I'll ask the,
Mr. Mayor,
what?
I got the motions in front of me, and that isn't what the motion says. motion that we
That's the
were-
motion that I have read that has been made, moved and seconded. I mean, you. and
So you
you're-
made them, you added the motion yourself.
I
You
did.
added to the motion
I,
that council.
I did. I'm not obligated to. Anybody can make a motion from the floor. This is we're trying to get the process going here.
That's not the copy of the motion that we were provided by staff, though.
Well, all right.
problem.
If you want, we can make that motion and make an amendment. Do you want to spend more time on it? We'll move an amendment to it if you want. I'm trying to do what you asked, which is to move on to other things.
But
So,
what it said was.
No, sorry,
We could have wrapped this up a long time ago. What it says is that the council of the municipality of Whitestone received the report, blah, 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 blah. The council reminds Councillor Lamb and Councillor Wood of their duty not to disclose confidential information or use municipal resources for election or other improper purposes. That was the motion.
yeah, three
we-
members of council, Councillor Lamb, and we do decide things by majority here. 3 members of council were not satisfied with that motion.
But you 3 didn't discuss it. You just made the change. That's all. You didn't discuss it with them.
Yeah, I
Much
got a
like the
mover.
last of
I got a
complaints.
mover and seconder for it, and procedurally it is on the floor. And we are going to vote on it now.
Perfect.
All those in favor?
I'm
Councilor
in
McEwen,
favor,
are you in
Council
favor?
McEwen. Council McEwen is in favor.
Thank you. That motion is carried. Now we have a motion related to the first delegation we had. And I'll read it to you, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby accept the draft 2021 consolidated financial statements as presented on July 19th, 2022 by Payable and Associates Professional Chartered Accountants. Would someone like to move that motion?
I'll move it.
Was that you, Councillor Lamb? Did you, who said I'll move it?
I did.
No,
Do I sound like?
was that Councillor McEwen?
No, it was me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't. I
You
heard,
didn't
but I
recognize
didn't.
my voice.
I thought I did, but I thought I just heard you say you didn't move it. All right, sorry. Councillor Lamb has moved this motion. Who's the seconder? Councillor Woods. Thank you. We have a motion. Is there any discussion about it? Can I see a show of hands of those in favor?
I'm in favor, Council McEwen.
Okay, thank you. It's carried. All right. Our next items are we have, I believe it's 3 planning items for which we would normally move into committee of the whole. Could I get a motion to move into committee of the whole, please?
Mr. Mayor, I move.
Councilor Woods? Thank you. Seconded by?
I'll second Council McEwen.
Okay, I thank you. I've got a choice here. Councilor Lamb, I saw first, I think. That this meeting move into committee of the whole at 7:40 PM. All in favor, please indicate. Put your hands up so I can see. Okay, thank you. Thank you. That motion is carried. So we are now in committee of the whole, which allows for discussion of motions that are a discussion of matters where there is no motion on the floor. The first one is a consent application from Lamoureux for a severance on Lake Washkash. We have our well, it's not our planner, the planner on behalf of the Perry Sound Municipal Board, John Jackson, is on the phone, I believe. John, are you there? Yes, he is. He's on. So the normal practice with these is that I would ask John to introduce this particular matter, please. We'll open it up for questions.
All right, thanks, Mayor Comrie.
Go ahead.
The application involves two components. One is to add a little parcel of land from the Lamoureux property to a lakefront property, just to increase the lot depth of that lakefront property. And secondly, to create a non-waterfront lot along Halls Road, just past the Gooseneck Lake Dam. And originally, the lot addition was fairly straightforward. The applicants wanted to create a smaller parcel for a family member to be able to build a home. Originally, the intent was to create a 1 acre parcel. Because it's a rural lot and the rural lot standards are 2 acres, we encourage the applicant to increase that from 1 acre to 2 acres. That will create a rural lot and have an attendant rezoning, because the whole of the lot is a waterfront lot on the lake and is consequently zoned waterfront residential. So the new proposed rural lot will need to be rezoned to rural or RU. There are some concerns over my calling it a wetland. It's actually adjacent to a little backwater off of the lake that's designated environmental protection, presumably because of the significant or critical fish habitat. At different times of the year, there is some navigation access by small craft like canoes or kayaks, but in the summer there's no water running over the dam, as there is not today, and it's very shallow to be able to get into the property. But one of the design features of the consent is to stay back 100 feet or 30 meters from the boundary of this environmental protection area. So the conditions are attached to the report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions or comments on this from members of council?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor McEwen.
Go ahead, Councilor McEwen. I'll take you first this time.
Yes, I've reviewed this pretty closely, and I appreciate there's some concerns from some folks around in the area, thinking maybe we're too close to the fish habitat area, the EPA zone, I guess it is. We are following present official plan and bylaws. I know some people would like us to hold these things off until the next official plan comes through, but I think as long as we're conforming to the rules and regs, and I can't really see where we're doing any more than upsetting some people's interests for the most part. So unless there's something that Mr. Jackson can bring forward that maybe we should look at environmentally or through another report process, I think we should be accepting this in principle. Thank you.
Councilor Lamb, thank you.
Yeah, I heard today from a chap by the name of Richard Dykstra.
Excuse me, Councilor Lamb, could you pull your mic a little closer if you don't mind, please?
Sure can. I'm usually not, I can usually hear me, but anyway, okay. I heard today from Richard Dykstra at 11 Bear Hug Road or Lane, I think, up in Wawashkesh. So I have his permission to use his name tonight, so that's good. Hopefully I'm not breaking any rules here. Anyway, his question was that the environmental zone is 30 meters, and he was wondering why it wouldn't be 100 meters, which is it's either 100 or 120 meters, which is the provincial standard to be back from a wetland or an area like this. So I wonder, Mr. Jackson, if you could comment about the provincial standard, because that was his question. I promised him I would ask it tonight. Thank you.
Certainly through you, your worship, the increased standard that this neighbor or ratepayer talked to Councillor Lamb about relates to adjacent lands to significant wetlands. Provincially significant wetlands have a requirement where any development within 120 meters needs to be assessed. And in this case, they're not provincially significant, but what we do know is that the protocol for certain species like the Blandings turtle are likely to have potential habitat in this critical fish habitat, as well as supporting a potential habitat for the Blandings. And at the end of the day, that protocol requires a 30-meter setback. So we're just getting ahead of that in this instance. The portion of the land which is being created for the new rural lot is upland forest with, I believe, an area well outside any concerns for the kinds of spring freshet, for example, that would put this backwater into a sort of a flood state every spring. So I think we're covered in terms of that concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there another question from? Yeah, well, okay,
Yes.
I see somebody is trying to get in on the phone, but let me just make a comment myself. I also spoke to the same individual that Council Lamb referred to. I guess I am familiar with this particular area. Bear Hug Lane, actually, you can see there's a little bridge that goes over the water there, and in the spring, normally speaking, that bridge is underwater. And so I see some people nodding in. Some of you know that have been back there. There is also some evidence that there's pickerel spawning. So in that area, in this which takes place in the spring. So I guess I'm a little concerned that we make sure that I mean the development in question is a ways away, but one of the things that we might do to mitigate a concern down the road would be to request that this be subject, that approval be subject to site plan control, which would ensure that those things can be resolved. Because right now, at this point in time, you know, there's no, short of doing an environmental study on the area, it's hard to know what, you know, that could take some time. But anyway, that's just a comment on my part. So if there are, well, at first, I guess I should ask if Mr. Jackson has any comment on that suggestion first before I go on.
Well, it's an interesting kind of circumstance, because the applicant would have liked a smaller lot, like a 1 acre lot. It's actually for a sibling of the family to build a home on. And perhaps we could amend the application to drop the size as I kind of suggested was more in line with a rural lot to a smaller lot, more narrow, which would further distance it from the 30-meter boundary that they were proposing. So if we reduced it instead of a rural lot and went to a rural residential lot, we could probably gain a further buffer, if I can call it that, if that were something that council would be prepared to support. I simply believe that if we're creating a new rural lot, that's a standard that is at 2 acres. But I think a 1 acre lot, as I say, would increase that buffer by almost double if you're satisfied with that. And I know the applicant would be, because it was somewhat my pressure to increase it to a 2 acre lot rather than a 1 acre lot, if that's clear. Thank you.
So I appreciate your comment. I guess the only thing is, regardless of whether it's 1 acre lot or 2 acre lot, until they actually decide to build something on it, we don't know where in the lot it's going to be built, right?
Correct.
And we do know that it won't be closer than 30 meters to but we don't know where else on the lot it would go. And that's the only reason I suggest site plan control, is that then there's there could, at the time of a building permit, be some further investigation as to what the effect of having a building in a particular place might be.
Yeah, the only
Because
thing,
I'm not sure that any of us has any idea right now. That's.
but what I'm suggesting, Your Worship, is that if we reduce the frontage from 100 meters to 60 meters, such that
Okay, excuse me, Kathy, whoever you are, please mute your microphone. Okay, she's gone.
So
Thank
if we
you.
reduce the width of the lot, Your Worship, by 30 meters, that would increase the buffer from 30 to 60. So regardless of site plan control, which I suggest to you is a good further assurance about how things are laid out in the lot, it would make it very clear that no structure could take place on the new lot that was any closer than 60 meters rather than 30. If you follow.
Okay, yes, now I think I understand where you're going with that. Okay. But why do you think it's necessary to reduce it to 1 acre?
Well, it's not necessary, but we can, rather than rezone it lot to a rural standard, which is a 2 acre minimum.
Oh, I see what you mean.
We would reduce it to a 1 acre standard with a 60 meter minimum.
Okay, well, I guess that's something for council to consider when we come out of committee of the whole. Now,
Someone else had their hand up.
yes, we don't. We could get people to.
Hello, am I able to?
Please be brief is my only request, and please.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
I'm sorry. Who is on?
This is Paul Lamoureux. How are you?
Well, okay, fine, thanks. Can I? All right, are you iPad 119?
I believe so. Yes, we've had a very
All right.
difficult time getting on. My apologies.
Okay, so if I could, there is somebody at the microphone in the community center, so I'm going to let her speak first, and
Absolutely.
and then we'll get to you, and we'll alternate, I guess, if there are other people. So
Great, thank you.
once again, could I just ask that you please, I know who you are, but please introduce yourself. Anna.
I'm
So
sorry. you're
everybody
talking-
knows, because the folks out there can't see you, they can just hear you.
Sorry, I'm a bit short, so I'm standing on my tippy toes. My name is Anna Small, and I am a property owner at 10 Lockenside Drive, which the waterfront borders onto or fronts onto Slip Bay. And this marsh is an extension of Slip Bay. It is part of Lake Wawashkesh. I'm going to read what I've written here and then we'll go from there. I'm addressing this to our CAO of the municipality of Whitestone and all members of council, that on behalf of myself and other very concerned owners of properties next to, in close proximity of, and others in the area affected by this application, I am hereby respectfully requesting that the said application and any and all discussion on this matter be deferred to another date. Many of us just received notification of the application over the weekend and have not had time to properly address, discuss, and investigate the implications of this application. We do not see any reference to an environmental assessment, nor the involvement of the North Bay Mattawa Conservation Authority. This is a pristine marshland, not a pond. It is a birthplace of a multitude of wildlife, fish, birds, amphibians, and plant life, like the cardinal flower, which is on the endangered plant list. It is also a source of food for our wildlife, and the plants help to oxygenate the water, being H2O, which every living thing needs to survive. The buffer area of 30 meters is not adequate, as there is flowing water from Gooseneck down the falls into the marsh, and in the spring, the water level is extremely high. The high water mark is considerably higher than Lake Wawashkesh at that time of year. There is also considerable concern about the safety and quality of the water that flows out of the marsh into Slip Bay and area, where there are many cottage properties that access that water for daily human use. It then enters Harrison's Bay, where there are additional cottages that also rely on the water for daily living. It has also been observed that the cutting of trees and clearing of the road lot has already begun without approval. No silt screening has been installed to prevent silt from entering the marsh, and no other precautions were observed to have been taken to prevent runoff from the ground now that it is wide open to the elements. Attached to this, I have some photos to substantiate the above. And I believe this document was forwarded to members of council yesterday. So they should actually have this as part of their information for this evening. The first picture was taken by myself on Sunday, and it shows that trees have already started to be cut, and the branches and debris and so forth are lying on the property. And then I've also included 3 photos out of a gallery of 24 that I was sent by John Hurd. His family has property on Bear Hug Lane, and he is an environmental photographer who has spent hours studying the marsh, and they are used with his permission. I've included 3 of them, and there are more available as needed.
Okay, thank you. Is there any, oh, sorry, we had the gentleman who is on, next I had the gentleman on the Zoom call, who was on iPad 119. Please identify yourself, sir. Again.
I think it's the Lamoureux. It's the applicant.
Well, if other people are entitled to speak, he's entitled to speak, yeah.
He may be on mute.
Yeah, he is on mute.
Well, get him off mute.
All right, well, look, we'll take another one in here while he gets off mute.
Hello.
Take that off.
Hello.
Are you able to hear us?
Yes, I am, please.
All right, there
Okay,
we go.
sorry about that. We're having some serious problems. All right.
Go ahead, please.
Paul and Lori Lamoureux, we are the owners of the property.
Hello.
First of all, I would like to give you a little bit of the history of us purchasing this property. We purchased this off Bill Auld back in 1999. When he took it away, he revoked it from another person that wanted to develop all kinds of buildings and whatnot on that property. We have now owned it since 1999 to the current date. We have been exemplary as far as maintaining and honoring the current ecosystem, as some people would call it, even to the point where we've allowed the hatchery to put in for pickerel and different things. And I don't know where the pond was called, but that was not called the pond. It's quite important that we understand that this is a stream from gooseneck coming in. We are very, very proud of the property that we own. With that said, we have decided to sever a piece of our property. Let me make this clear. Our property for my sister, who is 70 years old, that is very excited to live up here permanently as we do. We are full-time residents and we really respect everything that we have here. So it kind of gets my back up when someone is telling me that we have an issue with certain things about our ecosystem and we are not respecting the land. So I'm sorry, my wife would like to say something now.
Hi. So as you can tell, my husband's extremely passionate about our property, and we have owned this for 22 years, and our family has been coming up here for 60 years, and we love, 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 love this property in Wawashkish. So let us just be very firm on the fact that we respect everything. We have been nothing but honorable to Bill Auld and to all the Aulds and to all the property on Wawashkish Lake. We have more than accommodated for the buffer. And as John had stated, which John, you did a wonderful job representing us, and I thank you very much, that the property was initially only supposed to be an acre property, but he just, as it stated, as a rural property, we were supposed to be 2 acres. So he requested us to do so, which we did. So in all actuality, it's our property. And if we wanted to clear some trees out to start a few things, we weren't hurting anyone and it is not affecting the nature aspect of our property that we have. So that is one of the things. And the home that my sister-in-law is planning to build and is extremely excited to be part of our family is very far away from the marsh / pond / environmental issue. It will be at least between 80 to 100 meters away from this. Now, that's pretty much all we have to say, except for neighbors go a long way, you know, conversation goes a long way. And I have approached, the couple across the street from us. I have approached the Herds. I did speak to Janet not that long ago, telling her exactly what we were anticipating doing. And I think we've done our due diligence. And I don't know, I think that it's just a very honest, wonderful little project of a home. That's it. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy.
Just
So
one
that's
more,
it.
just one more, one more quick comment. We've allowed people to park on our property. We've allowed people to go down and utilize our side of Bear Hug Lane and whatnot.
Oh, yes.
And, you know, I
Doesn't
mean,
go
if
unnoticed.
push comes to shove, if we're talking environmental issues, the emission of cars, the emission of gas, and then the other question
Old
that would
cottages.
be raised would be the structure of some of the cottages that are questioning what we're doing. Are they fully to code? Is there septic to code? I would challenge perhaps maybe we should do an investigation on those.
Okay, folks, sorry, I don't think this is going to advance the agenda. Please, thanks for your comments, and I want to take the next person because we got way more to do tonight. We got a busy evening here.
No problem.
Thank you for taking.
So I'm gonna let the next speaker in the hall.
Okay, very briefly, my name is Gary Green. I know both Anna and know Paul and Laurie. Just to bring to your attention, you mentioned the spawning grounds. I was part of a project a number of years back with the Lake Association that we actually brought in loads of gravel into that bay to create a pickerel spawning bed. So it is in there and it is part of it. So whatever, council decides, certainly that has to be taken into consideration to ensure that, that area is protected. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there anybody else on this particular one? Well, Lynn Brennan is ahead of. Oh, go ahead.
Good evening, Lynn Brennan, president of Wabash Association. I just had a few questions on it in terms of the rural lot. So if you're putting forward that it would become a 1 acre instead of 2, would that be precedent setting in rural lots from now on?
Well, I'll give you the quick answer. Mr. Jackson was not suggesting that it be a rural lot, that it be a waterfront residential
No.
or rural.
He's
Rural
saying a
residential.
rural lot would
Rural.
be changed from 2 acres, right, to 1 acre.
Excuse me.
So if
That's
that
easy.
happened with this property, would that be precedent setting for other rural lots?
So Lynn, I think the
But it's
reason
not
why
a, sorry,
we
it's
changed that
it's not a
was-
rural lot right now. I'm sorry, Mrs. Lamoureux, can you mute your microphone, please?
I thought the one.
I will let John Jackson answer this because this was his suggestion. I don't want to put words in his mouth.
Thank you, Your Worship. No, it wouldn't be a precedent for 2 reasons. We have done it before, and there are no such thing as precedents because you look at the circumstances of any individual situation to determine what's most appropriate for a number of factors. And my suggestion is that if we thought the importance was a greater buffer to ensure the distance that the Lamoureux have suggested will occur, I think that the priority here is to protect the environment. So if that works, it's kind of a win-win. So hopefully that answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you. So the OP 12.02.02 says where wetlands not designated, development should be directed away from these wetlands. So I appreciate your concern and direction of having as much of a buffer away from this area as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening.
I'm not seeing.
My name
anything
is
soon.
Graham Keane. I'm following what Mr. Jackson is saying, and I think this is an absolute win-win. Mr. Lamoureux is looking for 1 acre. He's being told it should be 2. The 1 acre would be further away from the wetland. I think as Brian had told me the other day, council is the position to solve problems for the community and the ratepayers, not to make things more difficult. There is a solution to this, and precedent or no precedent, which John has indicated there isn't. I think this is a great way to pull that cottage far away from that area. I know the Lamoureux personally, and they are great people and want their family up there. Is another individual that will be paying taxes and supporting our community, which is what we very much need up here. So I would encourage council to find a solution to this, what I see as a relatively simple problem, and kill 2 birds with 1 stone here. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, is there somebody else? Yes.
Good evening. I'm George Ross, and I have a question for Mr. Jackson. And my question is, the literature that we've been provided indicates that somebody has been given a right of way across the property. Who has been given a right of way across the property?
Through your worship, historically, there was a right of way along the western side of the Lamoureux property to the lot on the lake at the north end that is receiving the lot addition. But that right of way although it exists as a legal registered right of way, was never built. So the access to that lot is via the adjacent private road. So the neighbors will know the name of it. It's
McLean Lane, John, is it?
So is it non-existent now?
the right of way is, I think that the physical driveway is not on the right of way to access that cottage property.
Okay, so like, we've had a lot of discussion about back lots and lots on public roads now. Now, this 15-acre property actually has access to a public road. And by creating this 2-acre lot, that is really going to close down access to that 15 acres from the public road. Now, I wonder whether the right of way that was indicated in the literature would give property owners behind this cottage still the right to access the public road. And I'd be interested to know if Mr. Jackson's views on that, please.
So, Your Worship, the driveway into the waterfront lot, who is the beneficiary of the lot addition, is off a long time existing driveway from McClellan Lane into the property. Even though the registered right of way is a right of way that exists along the western boundary of the Lamoureux property. That registered right of way that is not used for access to the waterfront lot will not change. The status of that will not change as a result of this transaction.
So you're saying that although it's not used, it could be used.
That exists today, yes.
And if it could be used, when we're talking about the possible location of a building on that lot and widening the conservation buffer, then the driveway, so-called, is actually down the left-hand side of the lot and would certainly cut into the possible 60 meters that is being proposed for the width of a lot. Is that correct?
That is generally correct. You could build right up to that boundary or limit of the right of way. So as long as the right of way could serve the purpose for which it was created without any kind of constraint, then it's fine. So the building could be built right against that right of way boundary.
To the boundary of the right of way, but the right of way would still exist from the lands behind the building lot. That is correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Mayor. It's Scott Nash. I'm on the phone. I don't know if there's anybody else waiting, but I'd like to ask a question if I could when I'm allowed to.
All right, you may go ahead, Scott.
Okay. I guess it's just a quick question. And from what I'm understanding, based on the official plan, setbacks for waterfront properties are 15 meters from the water and environmental protected areas is 30 meters. And I don't understand why council, the planner, would be entertaining making lots bigger or smaller if the applicant meets all their criteria. He meets the criteria, approve it, move on, and don't waste everybody's time going back and forth on what could be done when the applicants meet all the criteria for what you guys have in place or something. And many people that are complaining on the phone tonight are people that probably have a cottage that are less than 15 meters setback from the water. And it's okay for them, but not okay for the people that are making an application that are more than meeting all the criteria in your official plan right now. So I guess I just want confirmation. I don't know if it's from the planner or from yourself, but from what I understand, in the official plan, it's 15 meter setback for a building on a waterfront and 30 meters from a wetland area. And I'd just like to know if the applicant has met both of those criteria.
Mr. Jackson, can you?
I can, the criteria of the front yard set out in our zoning bylaw for building structures is correct as described by Mr. Nash at 15 meters. When someone goes to build on a property, it triggers two property owner responsibilities. One is that they ensure that they comply with the Endangered Species Act. That's administered by the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Park, MECP. The similar responsibility takes place when dealing with anything that's considered critical fish habitat with the Department of Fisheries, who has delegated its administration to the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. And both of those pieces of legislation only get tripped or triggered when a construction proposal is prepared. And what we've experienced is that the likelihood of a 30-meter setback is almost ubiquitous when the dust settles on those responsibilities and that legislation at the end of the day to ensure no adverse impacts on habitat features. So the front yard is clearly set at 15 meters for structures as far as the municipalities' shoreline scape standards are concerned. Environmentally, the 30-meter is very universally applied in the industry of environmental protection for both those other senior government legislation, but those are tripped only during construction. So this, in fact, is just getting in front of that reality. It's a little complicated to grasp, I suppose, for lay people, but it's something we deal with every day, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, John, for your answer. So based on that,
Okay, thank you. All right, is there anything further on this particular one? Because we've got a few more. All right.
Can I speak without the mic just a second?
No, sorry, because people can't hear you. So if you want to go to the mic, please go to the mic. And
Hi, my name's Peter Disley. This gentleman's talking about the 15 meters, but is he not totally ignoring the water level issues in Wawashkesh? Like 15 meters does not work in Wawashkesh because the water level changes the shoreline so much. Is he not missing that point?
well, sorry, who is it that you're saying doesn't recognize this?
The last gentleman has said that it's 50 meters setback and 30 meters on a wetland. The last gentleman that spoke.
Oh, Mr. Jackson, yeah.
No, the individual.
Oh, all right, okay, yeah. Well, maybe he doesn't, he's on gooseneck.
Yeah. But he made a little crack about us, not all the lay people not understanding.
That was John
Oh,
Jackson.
I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm a little mixed up as well. But yeah, the 15 meters and the 30 meters for wetland, the changes on the west coast because the water level changes so much. So the setback.
Sure everybody knows, but the actual constraints on building are based on the high flood level essentially. So that's, and that is significant in Washington, in the case of Washington.
Yeah.
Not so significant in the case of. Not sure what it is you're looking at. Well, just tell me what dark, well, sorry, we've got one activity. Thank you. That's all I want. Well, yeah, please be really brief because we got to get this wrapped up. I want.
Anna Small again. The initial intent with what I read earlier was to defer this because there's obviously concerns. There's obviously some clarification that needs to be made. And if, as has been suggested, there can be a compromise reached as per Mr. John Jackson indicating the 1 meter request to begin with, or the 1 acre request to begin with, then I would ask that we do defer this, that there is some consultation then, and if we can reach an agreement, and we can reach a compromise that is then acceptable to all parties and to council, that we then bring it back and have this redefined in terms of the area of the proposed road lot. And we can then move on. But I think there's enough concern and enough questions, and the fact that many of us still had not received official notification that this amendment was even in play. So again, respectfully request that we defer this item.
All right. Okay, so what we'll do, council, heard all of this, and when we come out of committee of the whole, then council will consider a resolution.
Yeah,
Hi,
hello,
Mr. Mayor.
It's Scott Matthews. I can't hear you very well, but I just wanted the chance to ask one more really, really quick question if I could.
Okay.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect.
Go ahead. My battery's
It'll be
low.
real quick then. The question was, I guess earlier tonight we spoke briefly about the integrity commissioner or privacy, and I'm just wondering why you would have put it upon yourself to tell everybody where my cottage is during the meeting.
Thanks. Just saying. It's like unredacted emails in the council meeting minutes all the time.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. It's Robert Duda here. I'm on the phone. I'd like to chime in as well.
Robert.
Oh, I can hardly hear you. Did you say go ahead?
Oh, it's Joe Lamb. I just said hello.
I think the mayor's trying to get a new mic. His mic isn't working.
Yes, one moment, Mr. Mayor is getting a mic. Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry, I apologize for that interruption. I'm not going to address that question. I didn't tell them where your cottage is. I didn't give them any information that they could use to find you. So anyway, we're going to move on to the next item. I'm sorry, I think we're really short of time, Ms. Keane. I'm sorry, but
I had one question. It's Robert Duda here. I'd like to chime in. I've been waiting politely. It'll be a very quick question.
well, sorry, just a minute. I've got people moving in the room, and I've got people. Normally speaking, we try to limit people to 2 minutes and not multiple times of speaking. So I'm trying to.
Okay, we're
going to run out of time.
Graham Keane again. I'll be very quick. I'm all for due diligence. I'm all for playing by the rules. I also want to point out, though, that we're dealing with real people here who are trying to get this cottage or home built in the active building season, people waiting on the sidelines with their hammer in hand, waiting to build this cottage. I would ask that if there is a delay or due diligence period, that this would be quick. Let's not spin our wheels and drag our feet on something that can be dealt with relatively quickly so that men can get to work and this lady can get her home and at least get into the cottage when, by the spring. Anyway, just a comment.
right,
This is
thank
about
you.
everybody. Thank you.
So, thank you. Who was it?
Robert Duda.
Oh, Robert Duda. Okay, Robert, go ahead. Sorry, I saw your phone number.
No problem. Thank you.
Didn't see your name.
Thanks for
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a quick question for John Jackson regarding the application. Does it meet all the policy requirements? Does it meet all the setback requirements? Is his application complete? Just a simple yes or no. If it is a yes, this should go ahead right away. That's my only comment. But I'd like to hear his answer, a yes or a no, if it meets all regulations, planning requirements, etc. And that's it. Thank you.
John, I think we know the answer. Go ahead.
It's my opinion it does, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so I really would like to move on to the next one, which is a consent application from King. And once again, I'll ask John Jackson to introduce it.
Oh, this application is also on, involves a property near or on Wawashkash. It's actually a 2-acre parcel that's being added to a parcel that has an existing dwelling on the lake. So it's simply adding a little acreage to that property owner and has no, how should I say, impacts in terms of the requirements of the municipality. It would be, in my opinion, as is the case, most lot additions are rather benign in terms of their consequence. So this one, in my view, falls within that sort of uneventful application. It's the technical one, simply giving the waterfront property owner on the lake some back acreage. Thank you.
All right, questions for Mr. Jackson? Counselors, you got any questions on this one or concerns?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilor McEwen.
Go ahead, Councilor McEwen.
Yeah, a question to Mr. Jackson. It's my understanding that the lot addition will be merged with the existing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, is there anything else about this one? Great. Let's move on to item 5.3, which is an application. The applicant is Homestead. Once again, John.
Yes, this similarly is a transaction for a lot addition as well. It has the background that includes dealing with an encroachment of an existing property along the western property line. So it will improve a problem on this property. There's no impact because there's no water frontage being involved. It's only to the rear and side yard for the existing or benefiting land. Again, it falls within a fairly benign kind of transaction. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Questions on this application? Anyone have any? No? All right. So I think looks like we're ready to move back into a regular meeting. Thank you, Councillor Lamb.
I'll second.
Seconded by Councillor Woods, that this meeting move into regular meeting at, what is it, 8:30 PM. All those in favor, please indicate. That's carried. Right. So matters arising from committee of the whole. The first one was the Lamoureux application. And well, I guess there is a sort of a standard motion that we have in the package. I'll read it and see if there's a mover and seconder. Whereas John Jackson Planner Inc. has prepared a report for the Parry Sound Area Planning Board regarding consent application B32/2022 Whitestone, applicant named Lamoureux, and provided a copy to the Municipality of Whitestone. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives this report as information, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone recommends this consent application for approval in principle, subject to the following conditions. One, that payment of a parkland dedication fee be made in accordance with the current municipal fees and charges bylaw. Two, that the new lots receive 911 addressing from the municipality. Three, that any portion of Ald's Road adjacent to the subject property that is found to be 10 meters from the center line of the traveled road be conveyed to the municipality of the Whitestone as a road allowance widening at the expense of the applicant. Four, that the applicant's solicitor confirms in writing that the transferred lands will merge in title with the benefiting lands. And five, that payment of all applicable planning fees be made to the municipality of Whitestone. Is there someone who wishes to move that? Okay, I see Councillor Lamb moving. Is there a seconder? Councillor
I'll
Woods.
second, Councilor McEwen.
Okay, Councillor Woods is Councillor Woods first, thank you. So is there any further discussion? Is there an appetite to
Yes,
amend
Mr.
this?
Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to say a couple of things.
Go ahead.
Through all this, I think I got confused, and then I think at the end I understood it again. So, but
Can you move the mic over? Sorry, Councillor Lamb, I don't think they can hear you.
well, it appears to me that first of all, I don't think we should be deferring this and deferring and deferring. I think that what appears to be the solution is the 1 acre solution. If I understand correctly, they wanted 1 acre, and Mr. Jackson bumped them up to 2 acres, and the 1 acre gets further away from the wetland and solves a lot of issues. So I guess as the mover, Mr. Jackson, what do we need to add to this motion to go back to 1 acre instead of 2 acres? Under what you said was it doesn't set a precedent. Now, I've never understood that, how you can do something that doesn't meet the code and it doesn't set a precedent. That's not the way the world works for me. But you keep telling me that as our planner, that it doesn't set a precedent. So you're the planner. I wasn't educated as a planner. So if it truly doesn't set a precedent for us, if each application is different and someone else isn't going to rely on it, then I say we go back to the 1 acre and boogie, as they say. Get on with it. Thank you.
So if I can, through your worship, I would simply add to the approval that the applicant be requested to return the configuration of lot to their original size and area, which was 1 acre. And that will automatically push that lot line away from the buffer area almost
Good.
doubly.
Well, I'll make that amendment to the motion.
Okay, so the suggestion is that we add then to this a condition which is, tell me again.
That the applicant be requested to return the proposed lot configuration to the size and shape as originally requested.
I think you need to put in there in brackets 1 acre.
Sure, that would be helpful too, Councillor Lamb.
Return the lot size and configuration to what? To what was originally requested?
Bracket 1 acre.
Okay, so now there is there not a rezoning involved in this?
Absolutely. Yes.
And but I don't see that we have that here in on the list of things. Is that?
Oh, then it should be added as well. Sorry, that may have been omitted. So that the lands be rezoned from WF2 to rural residential, RR.
Be rezoned from, sorry, it was supposed to be what? Rural residential, right?
It's supposed to be rezoned from WF2 to rural residential, RR.
All right. And what about site plan control? Are we suggesting that be also a condition?
That's council's discretion in another forum, if you like. But that's automatically applicable as soon as you have a site plan control bylaw. So council does that as a separate kind of discussion.
All right.
We have
Okay.
site plan control available. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you're not suggesting it should be put here.
But council could make that determination at the time of an application on this property, or any property for that matter.
Okay, all right, guys, I hear you. All right, so once again, the motion that we have is the one that was for councilors, the benefit councilors, what was printed on the sheet. There are two additional items added to it. It's number 6, that the applicant be requested to return the lot size to what was originally requested. I'm going to say E1 acre, sorry. And 7 is that the land be rezoned from waterfront 2 to rural residential. So you are the mover, Councillor Lamb, is that? Are
I
you okay
sure
with that?
am.
Are you okay with that?
I am.
Councillor Woods, are you okay with that?
Yes.
Any further discussion? Are you ready then for the question? Maybe we should have recorded vote, Madam CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Gore Matthews,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor McEwen,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Conley.
Yes,
Thank you. That motion is carried.
all right, thank you. Okay. The consent application number 5.2. Whereas John Jackson Planner Inc. has prepared a report for the Parry Sound Area Planning Board regarding consent application B31/2022 Whitestone and provided a copy to the municipality of Whitestone. Now therefore be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives this report as information and that the council of the municipality of Whitestone recommends this consent application for approval in principle, subject to the following conditions. 1, that the applicant solicitor confirms in writing that the transferred lands will merge in title with the benefiting lands. And 2, that the payment of all applicable planning fees be made to the municipality of Whitestone. says if applicable, but that's all applicable planning fees are applicable, right? So, okay, so is there a mover and seconder for that? Councillor Woods, seconded by Councillor Gorm Matthews. All right, any discussion on this one? All right, if there is no discussion, I'll ask our clerk to call the roll, please, for the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Gore Matthews,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor McEwen,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
And item 5.3, which is the homestead application. Whereas John Jackson Planner Inc. has prepared a report for the Parry Sound Area Planning Board regarding consent application B29/2022 Whitestone. The applicant is actually 2710804 Ontario Inc. and provided a copy to the municipality of Whitestone. Now therefore be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives this report as information, and that the council of the municipality of Whitestone recommends this consent application for approval in principle, subject to the following conditions. That the applicant solicitor confirms in writing that the transferred lands will merge in title with the benefiting lands, and the payment of all applicable planning fees be made to the municipality of Whitestone. Can I get a mover and seconder for this one, please? Councillor Lamb moves.
I'll second Councillor McEwen.
Okay, we'll take Councillor McEwen this time. All right, thank you. Any discussion? All right, Madam Clerk.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Gore Matthews,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
You got a battery problem? You know what? There's another mic here. Let's just swap this one out. Thanks a lot.
thank you, Councillor McEwen.
Councillor McEwen, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so now we come to,
Mr. Mayor, can we take 5?
Yeah.
yeah, sure, yeah.
Thank you. Oh, I'm
What?
taking 5.
Yeah, I know, I understand, yes. 5-minute bio break.
Oh, I see. Okay.
In terms of our timeline tonight, I apologize. I was actually trying to return a call. When you called and I hit Michelle's number once, and that's all I can.
Oh, okay.
I'm on mute, so it didn't.
No, it wasn't you, not you, Kathy. It's the Kathy that's on Zoom. Sorry, not you. No, no, not you. No, no, sorry. I can see the person shows up and all it says with their name is Kathy. It doesn't say anything else. Right? So-
You took my ringer doomer.
No, it's
Well,
not
it's funny,
you.
I saw you walk out and then I thought, why is Kathy calling me when she just walked? No. First of all, you should never.
No, sorry. I knew it wasn't you. I should have said, but I don't know what, I don't know the surname of the person who it is. Just a bit. I'm gonna turn this down a bit.
Walk in it and you're thinking, yeah. We have a power. It's not like that. It's pushes down, but not. I have it. You've got one. You've got all of
Hello. I've got it all in my back. That's this one, right?
Yeah. I know everyone's really happy. Oh, thank you.
Cat? What's wrong What? Oh, I see. Then wrote a call. Okay, thank you.
Oh, she is online.
No, last.
So I predict this to you, right? Like, I mean, we can't, you know. It's just, Michelle called that one off. Anyway. Well, they do all kinds of shit that they're. None of their fucking business with the privacy commission. Right? Pardon? Yeah. Better get going or we won't get through it.
Oh, I know, I did.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to come back to order, please, because we have quite a lot of work still to do here tonight.
Yeah, it's too hot.
So anyway, where we left off, we're still in the we're still in the committee of the whole, I guess. We're still in regular. We need to move into a public meeting in order to consider the next item. So could I get a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Woods moves, seconded by I got Councillor Gorham Matthews. Move into a public meeting at 8:53 p.m. All those in favor of that? I don't think anybody's opposed. All right, that will get us, allow us to get on with. All right, so I need to make some introductory remarks regarding the public meeting. We have a protocol for these. I have already introduced to you the people involved, the councilors who are here, and our planning assistant who's online, and the staff that we have here, again, our CAO clerk, Michelle Henry, and our planning assistant, Paula McCree, is over at the table over there. So now you know who everybody is, I think. We do take attendance at these, so and that's so you can have a record of your attendance, and we have an electronic record of the people who are on Zoom, as the meeting's being recorded. Once again, I'll ask, is there any pecuniary interest on the part of councilors in any of the items that are on this part of the agenda? I don't see any. Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask that all comments be addressed through the chairperson. So no back and forth, please, in the meeting, be amongst yourselves. And please, as always, state your name before speaking so that the folks who are listening online will know who's talking. Members of the public who wish to speak, if you're joining us on Zoom, please raise your hand. You can do that using the, there's a, let me see, I'm gonna move it up so I can see what it's called. There's a button down on the bottom line there that allows you, yeah, it says raise hand, right? So it's like in the taskbar portion of the Zoom screen. And that will cause your name to come up onto the top of the screen so that I can then see who's next. If you're in the audience, you should already have seen Paula when you came in. I have a list of people who've indicated that they want to speak. If we get to the end and there is time, then other people may be able to speak, but you'll need to sort of put your hand up and I'll recognize you. We'll try to do things in order and we'll try to alternate back and forth between people who are here and people who are on Zoom. Try to be fair to everybody. Again, please state your name and please limit your time to as brief as possible. We do have some business that we have to do after this section of the meeting is finished. And so we're going to end up having a hard stop because we have a curfew. We can't go, we can only go half an hour over a curfew. So, and there are certain things that have to happen tonight besides this next section of the meeting. So we'll ask you to please try to be brief. Please don't just read things that you've already submitted to us in writing. So the first thing I'm going to do is to ask John Jackson, the planner, who is here on behalf of the Parry Sound Area Planning Board, to introduce the application and make whatever comments he wants.
Thank you, Mayor Comrie and council, members of the public. Parry Sound Area Planning Board has an approval authority for a number of area municipalities, including Whitestone. Those approval authorities relate to land division, either applications of a consent or plans of subdivision. Obviously, those that were in attendance earlier noticed that we dealt with 3 consent applications. Those are fairly similar in terms of process as subdivisions, although subdivisions tend to have a little more robust concerns because they're triggered when the density of proposals are in excess of 4 new lots. So on May 22nd, the planning board received an application from a numbered company, actually known more colloquially as Graham Keen's property on the north basin of Wawashkash, for a 9-lot subdivision. The application that was received included a fairly detailed form. Subdivision applications have to be included with a certified Ontario Land Surveyor boundary plan. It also was included as part of the application. In subdivision applications, we generally want to see a number of basic informational assessments. The applicants had undertaken a environmental impact assessment. That report was accompanied by the application. The issue of water access facilities is a continual matter of concern for a lake like Wawashkash because of the limited opportunities. So this application included a reference to arrangements for a parking area as part of the application. And we circulated the application to the required Planning Act properties and agencies. We also circulated to the Conservation Association on Wawashkesh, which is the local ratepayers organization. And we also encourage the applicant to do his own due diligence and meet with neighbors and the agencies that are having an interest with respect to such matters, so that we deem the application complete at that time with all the attendant documents. One of the things that we've found over the years is that it's helpful if the local municipality can, on behalf of the planning board, hold the statutory public meeting for such applications, simply because they're of more interest and they're more community kinds of concerns that come forward. And that's graciously what Whitestone has done for the planning board here tonight. So the application is for 9 water access lots. It's part of the culture on the lake that we deal with things like flood elevations. We deal with critical fish habitat issues. We deal with a number of directly related concerns over parking. The applicants, in my opinion, has done his duty to respond to those concerns. What we're now hoping to hear are any submissions with respect to the application. So moving forward, the municipality can make a recommendation to the planning board in terms of a final decision. And that decision will be forthcoming once the municipality submits comments. The planning board will hear comments not only from the municipality, but from any other interested party. Because these things tend to have a bit of a life of their own, we're suggesting that this meeting be held simply to hear responses, submissions by the public, by either agencies or individuals, for council's consideration to form a comprehensive, complete recommendation back to the planning board, which will, I think, occur not tonight, but at a meeting after tonight to allow an analysis of what those submissions might be. So we're here to listen, council, and usually it's just a listening exercise at this point, and that a conclusion and recommendation will come forward at a later time. I hope that helps. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. The next item, the next person who would normally speak would be the applicant if he chooses to do so. He's here. Mr. Keen, do you have any?
I have a planner I have retained that is from the village, I think. He's on the line.
Oh, sorry, he is, and sorry, his name is, oh, yes, I see him. Okay, Mr. DeBoer, can you unmute yourself? Oh, you are unmuted. Do you wish to go ahead, please?
I did unmute myself, Your Worship. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm trusting you're all hearing me.
Yes.
And I just want to sort of echo what Mr. Jackson has said, is this evening is to listen to everybody. We understand that there has been some commentary from the general public and other patrons of the lake that want to have a discussion. One thing that I do need to reiterate, that applicable law, both the zoning bylaw and the official plan of today are ruling the decisions and the criteria that we've made the application. So I just want to make sure that we're not looking forward to the future of any additional consideration of the official plan, zoning bylaw, and other applicable law for this application. I believe the application has been put forward both with accessibility for the water lots as well as the environmental considerations. So if there's anything that needs to be addressed this evening, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that are coming forward. Otherwise, I'll just sit back and look.
Okay, thank you. So now I'm going to ask our clerk if there have been any comments received as of July 14th at 4 p.m., which is our cutoff, I guess, for this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The comments received are included in the agenda. There were no other comments received beyond that.
All right, then. So now we're open to public input. I know there are a number of people who have already signed up. So if you wish to go, it looks like Helen Malvey Hicks is first on the order. Are you?
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. My name is Helen Malaby Hicks, and I'm a longtime cottager on Lake Wawashkesh. I am the co-chair of the Wawashkesh Association Subcommittee, the Planning and Development Subcommittee. So we have a number of issues. We've done a significant body of work. We've spent many hours looking at this proposal and its the related documents. We spent many hours of work speaking to our fellow cottagers and getting their feedback. And you will find our main comments in our report. That's in your package. I believe it starts at page 106 and goes from 106 to page 148. Just to give you some further background information, the Planning and Development Committee for the Wawashkesh Conservation Association. It was struck by the association to advise on matters related to land use and planning and development on Lake Wawashkesh. That's our mandate. Stated purpose is to keep our lake beautiful. The PAD committee, as we call it, PAD, are members and advisors, and we include people on the top lake and the big lake. So we include the whole section of Lake Wawashkesh. And our members include a former planner, real estate developers, real estate executive, architect, senior business people, and lawyers. So we've consulted with the committee and other advisors. And our mandate is really development on Lake Wawashkesh. And just to be clear, because there has been some confusion with people, we do support development on Lake Wawashkesh. We support development that is planned, environmentally responsible, and within the keeping of the intent of the official plan to preserve the natural environment while encouraging sustainable growth. That's words directly from the official plan. So our concerns are set out in the report. And in conclusion, our view is that you should defer the plan of subdivision and not accept it as is. We have many concerns with it, and we're going to take you through them, but I'm going to highlight some of the critical concerns we have. But first, to tell you a little bit more about the work that we did, we certainly did our due diligence, and we definitely consulted with other lake associations and association heads in and around the municipality of Whitestone. And we did a very deep consultation of cottagers on both Wawashkesh lakes, which we estimate includes over 1,000 voters. And what you'll see, and it's pretty important, we went out to our constituents, to our fellow cottagers, and we asked them to sign a petition And so you will note that we now have, in a matter of days, 1,302 signatures as of a few minutes ago. This is the public opinion of the cottagers. And the petition states, by signing this petition, you are requesting that the council for the municipality of Whitestone refrain from approving this current subdivision proposal as is, and also that future subdivision developments not be considered until the official plan has been reviewed and updated. So we have 1,302 signatures, 1,302 signatures in a matter of days. And these signatures, along with the people that are attending tonight, and I think somebody gave me a count of 101 people on Zoom. These are mainly concerned cottagers in regard to this proposed development. These cottagers have the right to vote and certainly can be translated into voters. And they have a strong view regarding this subdivision. They're not supporting it. And
Excuse me,
Yeah.
Helen, if everybody takes as long as you do, we are going to run out of time and some people are not going to
Yeah.
get up. So
everybody will not take as long as I will.
Well, please
and
deal
I'm
with
not going
it.
to take too much
Please get
longer.
to the issues and
Okay,
not and
okay.
skip the politics. Okay, everybody understands.
So some of the critical issues, a very high level summary, and you're going to hear a little bit more about each one. But first of all, environmental, we find the plan of subdivision is offensive. And that is for a number of reasons. One, that septic and gray water systems will potentially be underwater and don't appear to meet the Ontario Building Code requirements. As you know, the lake is susceptible to significant flooding. And as you can see in a number of diagrams, a number of the lots on the subdivision are below the flood level of 229.5 meters. Some lots just have very little land in regard to once they're below that. We're very concerned that buildings will be on stilts with the land potentially underwater. We're concerned because the developer has begun tree cutting around the shoreline despite the environmental report advising against it from April to September. That's on page 22 of the environmental report. And we're concerned because the subdivision borders environmentally sensitive lands, in particular McCormick's Pond. It has critical fish habitat that is at risk, which apparently, according to his own report, requires a high level of protection. There's limited docking allowances on the property. And so those are all our concerns on the environmental side. We have infrastructure concerns. You know, you've heard from us many times. We're concerned about the lack of docking and parking facilities. And these are waterfront lots. They have some parking arranged, but as you know, the parking is a farce. It's not practical, it's not usable, and there's no associated docking. And the developer has said he recognizes this, and he just says it's a hoop that he has to pass through to comply with the rules. And in particular, we are concerned about the official plan because it's out of date and it needs to be updated. And this proposed subdivision, we do not believe, and we say it clearly doesn't comply with the intent of the official plan. And it makes a mockery of certain bylaws, such as the parking bylaw, which I've just told you about. And it ignores flood levels and critical environmental concerns highlighted in the report. So for these and other reasons, we do not support the report, and we're concerned with the planner's report. And I have to note here that we did have a statement that we were concerned the planner had a conflict of interest. We understand he is not being paid by the developer. He is hired by the municipality. So we have retracted that statement. And we apologize to the planner for any confusion. But for the reasons stated, we still do have concerns with the planning report.
Okay, sorry, you really are way over your time, Helen. I'm going to have to.
So, okay, in final, I would have to agree with Councillor Lamb, who understands what a precedent is. because we think that this is going to set a very poor precedent. It is unprecedented, this sort of subdivision, waterfront properties on the lake. And it will set a very poor precedent going forward. And it really is not in keeping with the intent of the official plan. So you'll see in our report, we have recommended alternatives to the proposed subdivision. And if it is approved then we've asked for site plan control. You can see on pages 146 and 147, our alternatives or that we asked for. Or alternatively, we have a responsible development proposal that we would ask you to consider. Those are my comments.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, might I just make a statement to Helen or just talk to her for a second? Is that okay?
Well, no, I'm sorry. I think this is improper to have. This is a public meeting. We don't have private conversations in a public
It's not a
meeting.
private conversation. Everybody's here and on Zoom. I want to clarify something that she said.
Oh, all right. Sorry. I
That's
thought you
all.
wanted to go and you wanted us to
No.
adjourn. Okay, I'm sorry.
Anyway, thanks, Helen. And the concerns aside, okay, and I hear you on all the concerns, and I read it twice. In fact, I read it this afternoon again. Concerns aside, this whole idea that let's park this thing until we do an official plan a year or 2 or 3 years down the road, because that's what it's going to be, is, as I understand, under all planning rules, and maybe Mr. Jackson or the planner for Graham, that's not on. So, to have that in a resolution to say, let's, if I understand what you said at first, it's not on. We have to deal, unfortunately or fortunately, with the rules that are in place today in the official plan. And that's the bracket that we have to work under. And you may not like that, I may not like that, but that's the reality. So I think everyone has to understand that, because I think that's that's feeding a thing that we can't do. So Mr. Jackson or the other planner, please correct me if I'm wrong, okay? And did I misunderstand what you said, Helen?
Well, no, let me clarify. I guess there's two things. One,
Sorry,
the official
sorry, there's-
plan is out of date and needs to be reviewed, so it shouldn't be 2 or 3
Agreed.
years. It should be much faster than that. It should be immediate. And given all of the proposed developments, there's a very immediate need to review the official plan. But in the alternative, we do suggest alternatives. We don't suggest you accept this subdivision as is. If you look at page 146 and 147, we suggest that if approved, then it should be subject to site plan control.
Yeah,
And
I
we
hear you
suggest
on all that. I
various
hear you on all
areas.
that. I just want to clarify the one part of it.
Yes.
right?
Yeah, please,
We can't
please,
just
yeah.
sort of.
Okay.
Please
Thank
take
you.
your seat. Your colleagues are going to
Through
be
you,
annoyed
Chair.
with you after the meeting because they're not going to get a chance to speak is what's going to happen, right?
I don't think they're going to be annoyed at all, but.
Well, all right.
Through you, Chair.
Now,
Through you, Chair. May I have a conversation through you, Chair?
well, if you have a very quick response, I'll allow it, but we're short of time. Please understand.
Thank you. Very, no different than any other municipal, legal, or other precedents. We are dealing with applicable law today when the application was submitted, not something that may or may not be approved or changed in the future. I understand that these other individuals are having some conversation that the official plan needs to change. It's not to say that the applicable law that this property is being subdivided for, it may not even change in the new official plan. The criteria associated with may be the same as it is today. So to have that undertaking is, quite frankly, unfair to the applicant today that is applying for an application
for a plan of subdivision today based on applicable law, not an applicable law that may or may not change tomorrow. So I just want to be sure that, again, if this is appealed or if this goes to the point where other bodies beyond today's council has to make a decision, it'll be a decision made on applicable law of the date, not of tomorrow. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify what both Councillor Lamb and Mr. De Beer were trying to tell you exactly the same thing. We can only deal with this in accordance with the official plan that we have right now, whatever any of us might think about it. We do not legally have the option of deferring it and saying, well, we'll fix the plan and then we'll come back. That's not going to happen. If we try to do that, what will happen is that some other body like the Ontario Land Tribunal will make the decision on our behalf. In other words, we're all wasting our time here if we were going to do that. So that's not, I'm pretty sure that I can tell you that that is not what council is going to do. Is I'm going to say, let's go revisit the official plan. That's not an option for us. We have to work with what we have. Okay. Claudia, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Claudia Feeder, and I'm a member of the Planning and Development Committee for Lake Wawashkesh. After an exhausting review of the planning report submitted by John Jackson, we note many inconsistencies and omissions. Here are a few of which you will find on page 113 of your agenda. I'm going to be brief because Helen has pointed out a couple of them. We have questions about the measurement of lot sizes, lot area, soil information that needs to be confirmed, lot sizes, area frontage, et cetera, need to be confirmed, especially where they've wrongfully included area within McCormick's Pond as part of their lot. And also the question that Mr. Disley raised earlier on another matter, where the lot measurements are taken, because in our mind, they've been taken in underwater for lot areas. There are a couple of sections of the official plan that have requirements for things that should be part of a planning submission. And section 8.03.2.2 of the official plan states that a hydrogeological survey be submitted prior to the approval of this. And that has not been included in their submission. Section 8.0.3 states that a stormwater management plan be submitted, and that also has not been included. As was mentioned earlier, flooding is a big problem on our lake. We don't want to see properties or land approved for building permits where we know they're going to be flooded. And that's the case on this property for certain lots, and they're highlighted on one of our documents in the planning report. You can see exactly where the flood lines are. There are docking restrictions or septic tank issues. That's just to name a few of the issues that will be addressed further this evening. And there's a fulsome list of all of our concerns, as I mentioned in the report. So my question to council is, in light of the subdivision application and all of the serious concerns and issues raised, will the municipality withhold approval of the subdivision application and retain a planning consultant and/or environmental consultant to review this report prepared by John Jackson and the applicant? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We won't answer those questions right now. What we'll do is we'll wait till we get to the regular part of the meeting when we have to decide what we do next as the next steps. Okay, so, but thank you for raising the issues. So next week, it's Kathy.
Nobody online?
Hmm?
Nobody online?
Well, you know what? I'm sorry. There is somebody. There were a couple of people and they kind of disappeared, but there's some where they put their hands down, I guess. Michael's iPhone. I don't know who Michael is. Michael, are you still there? Can you unmute and make your comment, please, or ask your question?
There's a raised hand.
Okay, I'm not seeing, we'll let you go. I don't want to hold the meeting up. So go ahead, please.
Hi there. So my name is Kathy Dukars. Thank you all for inviting us to speak this evening. I'm a Wawashkesh long timer. Our family's been here since the Depression on various properties. Wawashkesh, as we all know, is a beautiful lake, and this is internationally recognized by its designation as amongst the lakes with coastal plain flora, the top 3 for conservation priority. It also, in the lands under consideration, includes McCormick's Pond, which is designated a Class 1 fish habitat, the highest designation. So our official plan indicates accordingly that new development will only be permitted when it can be carried out without negative impact on fish habitat. And we are very concerned about the potential of this happening. We hope or wonder if one provision of the official plan that states 12022, the municipality may place wetlands in an environmentally sensitive category in the official plan and identify these on land use schedules or in the comprehensive zoning bylaw. Not sure if this has already been done or if this can be used as a tool to expand the protection of McCormick's Pond. Because development would be prohibited in those areas. We feel that the municipality can choose to better protect McCormick's Pond beyond some 30-meter barrier by designating 120-meter setback, which is the standard for provincially sensitive wetlands, and would also be in line with other municipalities such as Carling, which designated 120-meter setback from marsh areas. We also ask why we could not prohibit docks on McCormick's Pond to limit the travel in this sensitive area, similarly to the pond actually in question earlier with the Lamoureux subdivision. Also, we wonder if we can follow the precedent set in the Longhorn development 20 years ago, in which lands were set aside as vacant lands, no building was permitted. To ensure maintenance of good fish habitat. This is a precedent set many years ago in a battle to constrain much more quite egregious development proposals for those properties. And it has helped set the standard for our current official plan. And I think this is something the council should consider for these lands, particularly those properties that are underwater, almost fully underwater in the spring, and the side lots 1, 2, 3, and 4. We hope you consider these proposals.
All right, thank you, Kathy. Can I, I'll just ask once again if, okay, the individual I was looking at has disappeared from the, from the list of people with their hands up, so. You, sir, are next.
Hi, again, hi, it's Hagan Matern, a longtime resident on the Upper Lake, on the Wawashkesh. We did, as mentioned, we did a detailed analysis of the lot divisions using information from the planning report. We scaled them with very accurate software that gave us some figures. And if we look at page 169 or 116 of our presentation, we analyzed the 9 lots. What we took into account also is not only the area given to us, but then also took a look at what's the usable area on the lots when considering the flood line. And that considerably reduces any lot area usable, certainly for lots 1, 2, 3, and 4, where in the case of lot 2, there's what we see as 0 usable land, lot 3, 0 usable land, lot 4, 0.49 hectares of usable land when considering the actual flood line given by the municipality. And as we all know that the water levels in Wawashkesh can be extreme and yet 4-foot rises. Within a week, we can have 11.5-foot floods, which we've had. We have 8-foot floods, and all that would be way in excess of the numbers we're looking at here. So the question is, Are these viable lots? And the areas given and the dimensions given and the frontage given, is it viable and true? We need that verified. And Kathy, previous to me, mentioned that the areas, how are the areas of lots defined? And when you have a water line that fluctuates that much, where are we measuring to for lot area? We don't understand. Same with setbacks. Where do setbacks measure when you have a lot line that can move horizontally 10 or 20 or 30 meters, or in the case of the lots 1 through 4, flood completely over from the lake into McCormick's Pond. So the question is here, how are these lots defined size-wise, area-wise, and frontage? Some of the numbers given in the report even are below what the municipality is looking for frontage. So that's the point we're making. I'd like to have confirmation and a review of what those lot sizes are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I see that there is someone, Cheryl has her hand up.
Hi, yes, I just have a question about the parking. I understand it's at Lamoureux.
Okay, sorry, Cheryl, would you state your name, please, first?
Sorry. Oh, it's Cheryl Costigan.
Okay.
Sorry.
I thought so, but I wanted to get it on the record. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I just have a question about the parking. So I just wonder about Bennett's because I've heard some rumors that Bennett's is at capacity. So from what I've heard, these lots have parking at Lamoureux. So I guess what I want to know is, for those of us who need more parking at Bennett's, is Bennett's full? Are these people going to come in and take, 9 more parking spots that don't exist at Bennett's and make, our desire to have a bigger parking spot for, say, a pontoon boat because we're older, an impossibility? So I want to know about boat parking, not car parking. Is there anything?
Oh, so you're talking about boats, not cars?
Yes, I'm talking about boats, not cars.
Okay.
Because I'm just talking about rumors from everybody, because I'm on water access. Everybody around me says Bennett's is full. We would like a new boat, a new pontoon boat. We wouldn't fit in our small slip. Is it an impossibility with 9 people moving in for us to ever get another slip? So are they going to be mandated to park their boats at Lamoureux?
Okay, well, just I can probably answer that. The council has received a communication, and I know some of you have seen it from Ed Bennett from Wawash Lodge, indicating that they have added a number of slips to their dockage that are available this year for people. So I think the short answer is, at the moment, they're not at capacity. They are also the ones who have provided the parking that Mr. Keene is required to have in his application related to these particular lots. So anyway, there is some capacity at the moment, right? So we did get that. Council was provided with that information. So
thank you for that, but I'm confused about, I know where Ed Bennett's new parking, boat parking is, but is there a parking lot there for cars? Would there be parking for cars? Because if you look at where that new boat launch is on the up, going into Taylor Bay, the distance from the parking lot to that boat launch is prohibitive. So do you know whether there would be parking?
My understanding is that if you rent a slip from him, you get a parking space.
Okay.
If you don't wish to rent a slip, he does have a service, has introduced a service whereby he will take your boat out, put it on a trailer and store it if you're going away for a few weeks or something, and then you can put it back when you come back. So he has attempted to address the concern that you're raising. Municipality does not provide boat parking either. So, this is This is not a new problem, okay? It's, we do provide some space for car parking, but we don't provide boat parking.
Well, I know it's just that if you're up there any long weekend and you're a boat access property, then you know that the average cottage probably has 5 to 6 cars up there for the long weekend. And, adding, 9 properties, 5 more cars, 45 more vehicles to the parking lot up there would be impossible. It's already, even with the addition of what you've thankfully done for us, it would be prohibitive.
Okay, well, thank you for raising the issue. We have a note of it, and I think we'll try and keep going if that's all right. Go ahead.
Mayor Comrie, councilors, my name is Kathy Weber Gardner. I am also a member of this esteemed Wawashkish Conservation Association and the PAD Committee. Thank you for this opportunity. You may not believe me, but I did not know that Cheryl was about to say what she just said, and I do not know Cheryl. However, my question to you is, as counselors, are you considering financing and supporting expansion to the parking that is already available on Lake Wawashkish, which, to Cheryl's point, is at overcapacity? And the reason that we're asking about this is that, as you know, the municipality requires 1 parking spot per cottage. We all know that usually there's more than 1 car, but that's the requirement. And the municipality previously approved 12 water access property severances based on parking spaces on Macy Drive, which is 750 meters from the public dock on the top lake, on unlit gravel bed road through a swamp that sometimes floods. Nobody is parking there. And already 12 cottages have been approved, and their lots have been approved based on this lot, but no one's parking there. Everyone's parking in the space that you all know. Please see slide 130, and you'll see the space that can't be used. Likewise, developer Keene purchased 10 spaces in the same area and noted that he was going to check the box, and it was just a silly hoop that he would jump through. So you understand our concern that developer Keene's proposed development will even further burden the parking situation that the municipality supports. It's already overburdened. People have been allocated lots that they can't park on. Now developer Keene, jump the hoop, the silly hoop, and purchase more. So please consider that as you consider our proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Hi there, Gary Green again.
Very
This deals with the septic pre-approval and the slides 139 and 142. During the recent high water event, some of these lots in question almost totally flooded over, particularly lots 1 to 4. If there was a construction on those lots, there would be huge potential for leaching from the septic or gray water systems into an environmentally sensitive fish habitat. So what we're asking is, would the council considering following the lead of our neighbors in Carling, who required a survey of the property and the potential lots by the North Bay Mattawa Conservation Authority prior to the approval of the Imberlochy subdivision? And as a follow-up, would the council consider referring this application back to the developer with the requirement that the topographical survey with hydrogeological investigations, which is required under our own OP and that has not been submitted with this application. The reference is 8.03.2.1 to determine the water table to which sets where the septic tanks can be legally installed, because none of that's been done. Okay, that's my question.
Okay,
Thank you.
Good. All right. Who is next?
My name is Frank Camanzuli, and I've been a cottager on Wawashkesh since 1987. And I have an island actually relatively close to the applicant's plan of subdivision. So far, what I'm hearing from the applicant and from Mr. Jackson and from the other gentleman, the other counselor, is that there's rules. And those rules are the official plan and the zoning bylaw. And I think what we've learned today, and I don't know whether Mr. Jackson's ever gone back to see the parking lot that he approved for Bennett's that's never used, that he recommended to this council, that there are certain practical logistics infrastructure that don't work on Wawashkesh. So you're right. Has Mr. Keene ticked the boxes? Likely most of them. There's a couple that we can likely turn around, but ideologically, is he actually fitting in with the community? Is he going to improve the nature of the area? I'm a developer. I'm a developer, believe it or not, right now in Perry Sound. And when I build buildings, I want to be proud of them. And I want people to turn around, and I want to build the best buildings in Perry Sound, and I want to leave a legacy. I'm not sure this proposal as it is today is going to be a legacy to anybody, because it's going to be a repeat of the Narrows, which everybody looks down on. The problem with the existing official plan and zoning bylaw, and I don't blame this council nor the mayor, it's been around for 7.5 years. The Planning Act recommends that you review it at the end of 5, and you have to do it by 10. You've created low-hanging fruit for developers to reap. And that reaping and that profit is going to be on the back of the people who already are on that lake. I don't deny Mr. Keene a profit, but to turn around and put these minimalist situation into place is just fundamentally wrong, and it's bad planning, regardless of what Mr. Jackson says. Thank you.
Okay, I have Susan Stops on Zoom.
Hi, I'm Susan Stops. My lake address is on Wawashkesh on the top lake and not very far away from the proposed subdivision. Keene and his partners have been able to secure one building permit in the subdivision, the proposed subdivision area, while the subdivision is still under review. He is cleared trees, got a Kubota excavator in there and torn up the land, and he's built joists on the first floor. He cleared the trees even though his own environmental report said they should not be cut in nesting season. And it's built on, I believe it's lot 4. It could be lot 5. It's somewhere right between them, behind, sort of just south of the beach there on the east side, the only beach. And of course, that's a good spot to put your cottage unless you actually look at the topography and realize that the land is low there. And it floods really, really close to where that cottage is going to be. It might even flood that area. I don't know how he's going to put a septic bed there. I'm a little afraid that he's going to put in a holding tank, which is, susceptible to leaks and things. So I was wondering, why did Whitestone allow that? Allow the building permit there when the subdivision is still under review?
I think do you want to answer, Madam CIO? I love our CIO, so explain why.
Thank you for the question. The lot as a whole, before it gets subdivided, if it does, is permitted one building permit. and that building permit was issued. Confirmation was received from North Bay Manawa that a septic system is approved for that specific lot, and it is in the lot 4 of the proposed plan of subdivision. So you got that correct. The building official looked very, very close at this, and he cannot deny a permit if it meets all the requirements of a building permit and our zoning bylaw. So that's why the building permit was issued.
Mm. It's also very close to McCormick's. It's about the only lot close to McCormick's that you could possibly build on. The others would be underwater in flood times. It just seemed like a bad precedent to start with one of the most environmentally sensitive lots to build your first house on. It doesn't bode well. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead then.
It's Lynn Brennan, president of Wabash-Kish Association. I'm glad you're here to listen. When people are told, though, that they have to be brief, I find it very stifling. I've attended a lot of meetings, and this, like the backlot development one, was a crowded agenda again. And I don't think it's fair to have us have to be short on what our comments are because the agenda was jam-packed and this public meeting wasn't held as a separate public meeting. On to the comments on the development. Mr. Jackson's report states 32 acres by the assessment roll. The environmental assessment states that it's 12.9 hectares per lot. How much is below the 229 level in the spring on these properties? Has there been a hydrogeological study done? The OP 13.03.4 relevant carrying capacity of a lake. What is Wabash-Kesh's carrying capacity? What is Wabash-Kesh Lakeshore capacity assessment? Water quality is only one of many factors that influence the development capacity of inland lakes. The following is from the Lakeshore Capacity Assessment document. The technical process of carrying out lakeshore capacity assessment will not in of itself protect water quality. Implementation is required. Why we need lakeshore capacity assessments? 1, to help protect environmental resources. 2, to help protect recreational and economic resources. And 3, to help municipal planning authorities meet their obligations under the Planning Act. How many lots fill till Lake Wabash-Kesh reaches capacity? Does anyone know? How many parcels are available that can be subdivided into parcels of the OP standard? How many parcels already have the same type of approval? Example, the golf course has a residential section. M&R did the last study in 1970s for the capacity of our lake. It's time for a new one with updated impacts, such as a permanent versus seasonal residence. I've received piecemeal consents as the chair through this. How are you going to know when enough is enough? My second point is site plan control. Mr. Jackson's report states some of the specific OP statements for Lake Wabash-Kesh. However, some are not included in his report. He does not include the section 17.10.4, 17.10.5, 17.10.6, or 17.10.7. 17.10.4 is the importance of marinas. 17.105 is the water levels of Wabash-Kesh rise dramatically during the spring, causing potential flood hazards. 17.106 is in order to properly respond to a diverse number of issues that may arise during the development of properties along the shoreline of Wabash-Kesh Lake, these properties will be designated as a site plan control area. Site plan control is a necessary and valuable tool to protect the character of the shoreline of Lake Wawashkesh and to provide vegetated buffers to mitigate the impacts of development on the natural environment and the lake. I'm not sure why those 4 were not included in the report. So site plan control for Wawashkesh is in the OP for the Lake Wawashkesh. Your job is to uphold the OP. Site plan control was placed on Bennett's lots due to fish habitat. McCormick's Pond deserves the same consideration. How can you not have site plan control for this subdivision? Page 147 of the agenda outlines what we would like included in site plan control. The Environmental Stewardship Committee, which I am a member, is concerned with current septics on lakes. Should we not be ensuring we are not exasperating the problem, that we don't create more underwater septics on Wawashkesh? The building code states that a system cannot be installed in an area that is subject to flooding and may cause impairment. That being said, the conservation Maswaska, Robin, said that she has not issued a permit for any flooded area. So I guess what I'm saying is if these lots flood, they won't be able to have a septic. I belong, or my residence is in Longhorn subdivision. Longhorn was an OMB decision.
With the dressing. I can't be true. Can it?
Mute your phone, please. You're not.
You better believe it. Only at Zaxby's.
Alexander County.
That's the second time you might want to just take the one off. Just knock it off. Okay, sorry,
So-
Lynn, we need you to wrap up.
Yeah, this is
please.
last. Longhorn was the OMB decision. Again, what I've said at the beginning is this is the one and only public meeting we get on this. Prior to incorporation with the province and developer and the Lake Association, the result was a stringent environmental controls that were put into the OP originally, then dropped in the current OP. Originally, the subdivision had a building site and septic location identified in the plan of subdivision. So every lot, proposed lot, had to have a building and a septic approved location that it could happen. This was not followed after being dropped and resulted in one building in our subdivision being on shore road allowance. So you can see why I believe site plan control is important, especially on building inspectors come and go. There needs to be a mechanism to ensure the proper setbacks, et cetera, are in place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, I see you on the list and there's a few people that, well, all right, go ahead.
Anna Small, I'm on the Big Lake, as previously indicated. And this is not looking for a response. It's indicating a concern. We are concerned that in light of the considerable concerns expressed and the questions presented tonight, are members of council aware that in approving this plan of subdivision in it, as it stands at the moment, that council may be subject to litigation by future buyers and owners of any or all lots due to flooding and or ice damage that would cause the septics or any other source of pollutant to enter this environmentally sensitive area? Who will be responsible and accountable financially for the cleanup?
Okay, thank you. I have on this list, it says Dennis or Libby, were you planning to speak? Okay, all right, sorry, I just don't want to. And I have Jim Alexander. For you finding Jim? No, fine, speak, no, all right. Okay, I just want to make sure that we're not, because we are getting kind of to the end of the time for the public meeting. We're about 5 minutes from curfew. So now I think there is, I see a couple. I see Roy Underhill is on Zoom. Roy, do you want to unmute and make your comment, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Sorry about that. My question is that we seem to have some uncertainty concerning whether these lots are in fact viable. And really where the limits of the rules are. And one of the thoughts running through my mind is, once this is all launched, should it get launched, who's going to check? Who's going to enforce? If it's decided later that we got it wrong, then what happens? Do buildings go out? Is this, you can't undo the environmental damage. So, what's our plan for if we get it wrong now?
Okay, thank you. I think I understand your question, and I guess I would just point out that there was a site control, which was mentioned a while ago, is always, of course, an option for the municipality, as Mr. Jackson stated earlier. Anyway, okay, finally, I've got one, I have Matthew Donovan, and this is going to be the last speaker for this portion of the meeting, at least. Matthew?
Thank you very much. My name is Matthew Donovan. I've been coming to the lake for 31 years. I'm third generation at the lake, which I know some of you can put me to shame for that. But first I would like to state my name and preserve every right to appeal and have an objection. Second, I would like to echo similar concerns that's been raised tonight, but most importantly, the flooding that can be done to McCormick's Pond and the damage that will be done for future generations. We are actually the owners of McCormick's Pond. We think that lots 1 through 4 will have significant environmental impacts that could last and ruin the lake for generations to come. And by the time this has been approved, the damage will have been done and it's been too late. And I'm curious what actions this committee is willing to take in order to preserve future generations who have to pay the price of this to recourse for the damage done by this proposal and the damage to the environmental lake and in McCormick's Pond.
Okay, thank you. Certainly, that's the issue of McCormick's Pond is one of the things that are on the list that's been raised a number of times. Okay,
Mr. Mayor, Robert Duda here. I'd love to chime in just on a quick question.
I don't even see you, Robert, but
Oh no, but unfortunately, I had to call in.
yeah, okay, sorry, I see where you are. Go ahead. But
thank you.
But you're going to be the last. We've got to do a curfew motion.
It'll be a very, very quick question. It's for Mr. Keene, and I think there's someone there helping or representing him. The question is has he committed to following all the planning, legal requirements? Has he committed to all the environmental requirements? And once the lots are separated, does he commit to all the building permit setbacks, et cetera, legal requirements? And if he does, and everything is within the legal requirements, it should proceed. But I'd like to ask and hear from him if he's willing and supporting all the regulatory requirements.
Do you wish to answer, Mr. Keene? You don't have to if you don't want to, but okay. I don't. He's Where is he? What? I don't see him. Not on my list, he's not. Well, Mr. DeVore, if you can hear us, you would do.
Sorry, through you, council.
Go ahead. Oh, yeah, he's having internet problems. That's what it is. I see.
Sorry, the answer is yes. All applicable law will be met through the subdivision process.
Okay, thank you for that succinct answer.
Thank you.
All right, then. What I'm going to do now is ask for a motion to return. Sorry, to reconvene to a regular meeting, please. Councillor Gordon Matthews, seconded by Councillor Woods.
Councillor McEwen.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Councillor Woods. So it's already 10:01 p.m.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask a quick question, Councillor McEwen?
Go ahead.
Are you going to will you give council a little bit of a?
I will. I'll go around the
minute say
table with
something?
council and as soon as we get back.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So are all in favor of returning to the regular meeting?
Yes.
I see nods and, okay, so we're back in the regular meeting. The next thing I need to do is to pull a curfew bylaw or curfew motion. That council hereby continues its council meeting past the allotted time of 3.5 hours and continue for an additional half hour. Who would move that? Councillor Woods, seconded by Councillor Lamb. All in favor? That's carried.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Now, normally what we would do here at this point is we would have a little bit of discussion around what we think should happen next. So I'm willing to go through the room and take the councillors in order if you want to start, just, and we would just make a few comments, please. And again, please be brief, but
I'm interested in what you think about this, Mr. Mayor. You've been on Wawash longer than I've been alive and know the area probably better than anyone.
well, I'm going to go last if that's all right with you, but Councillor Lamb, do you wish to? If it shut itself off, it's because the battery's getting low probably, and maybe there's some of them still have.
Oh, lights on. I'm
Okay.
on. So there's a lot of things here. And a lot of valid points, I guess, in my mind. And I'm no expert in any of this stuff in terms of planning and these sorts of things, and I'm the first to admit it. So obviously we have to take all these comments and take a look at them, and someone has to make them valid or not valid. And I do know this, so we're not going to make a decision tonight. I'm not for making a decision tonight. But I do know this, that we need to come up with a Whitestone solution to this. Okay, and if we don't come up, collectively with that solution, it's going to go out of our hands. Okay, and once it goes out of our hands, we're not going to control anything. Okay, And that could well go all the way to the Ontario Land Tribunal. I don't know what it's called nowadays, but I think it's the Land Tribunal. And, you know, we won't be able to control it. So whatever we come up with, and I hear what people are saying about septics and high water marks and all the different items you brought up. There's probably 10, 12, 15 items. They need to be assessed, and we need to come back, and we need to come up with that solution, whatever it is. And I could talk about, you know, all kinds of, you know, septic suitability and other things here. And so that's where I'm coming from, is we got to drive this, whether it's coming back on August 2nd or whatever. It has to be deferred. First of all, I think it's scheduled for July 25th, if I'm not mistaken, at the Parry Sound Planning Board. And that's the other thing people need to understand here, if I've got this correct. We're not the deciding factor here, okay? All Whitestone does is make recommendations to that planning board with a whole bunch of people around it, okay, making the decision. We have 2 representatives on that, right? We're not a majority. So whatever we do has to be, you know, make sense to them so that they can grab a hold of it and make a decision. So maybe have I been brief, Mr. Mayor? I hope so. But, you know, that's where I'm coming from. All due respect to Mr. Keene. I don't know who, but anyway, that.
All right, thank you. And I would have said exactly those things. Maybe. So for once we agree, no, I'm just kidding. Anyway, Councillor Gorham Matthews.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so I think there's been a lot of suggestions in that in terms of short regulations, such like that. My concern is and that's been a concern that I've never closely answered for a while now. So many bills and, you know, either change hands or fine, and then 5 years down the road, all of a sudden there's like a road leading to the lake rather than a meandering trail, you know, all the flora that was preserved as a beach. So, and this doesn't just apply to this application, this applies to so many of them. I'm just wondering, you know, why to make sure that this doesn't happen. I think one of the concerns that I keep hearing about the Lake Wallace is that it is into a very unique flora that a lot of it is on the shoreline. My other thing talking about this, and this is my ignorance in planning, is that I don't know how liable we are for, and somebody brought it up, if we approve lots and then buy one and it's not usable, are we then trying to work backwards to make things work for them, you know, approving things that we wouldn't approve? So I'd kind of like to see us just confirm that all the lots are buildable before we approve them, or maybe merge a couple lots together so that there's plenty of room to work on them. But otherwise, I think there was a lot of good information in the environmental plan. I think that Bennett's have confirmed that there's plenty of room for boats should you require it, and Lamoureux has confirmed that as well. You know, and this is their business to ease your use of the lake. So, you know, we need to give credit to them for everything that they do on the lake to support all of us in our enjoyment of this area. Yeah, you know, I think we just need to clarify a few things so that everybody can move forward. We don't want any animosity. This is a small area, and we want everyone to proceed comfortably.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McEwen.
Mr. Mayor, I didn't hear the first half pretty much of what Councillor Gorham said for some reason, then it cleared up. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. That's my pulse. I laid a paper on top of this iPad, which is controlling things. I'm sorry that somehow or other the volume went down. I apologize, Councillor Corin Matthews. But
Just a couple of questions. I think some of it boils down to someone mentioned the word practicality. Gee, it's such an unusual and special lake. It has exceptionalities in terms of being practical to build on in certain places where the water level that my old friend Bill Auld used to say it can go up 16 feet. Well, we're talking about a 12-foot sort of thing here to the high levels. When that is taken into consideration, and I appreciate some of the papers that came through from Wawash-Kesh folks and Mr. Jackson, especially the one on the planning report, that's the page 116, which shows the buildable areas, usable areas, which are above flood line. It would preclude building anything on 2 and 3. Part 4.49 hectare, that's an acre, so that's considerably bigger, or a good size. And the first one is 1.5 acres, and then the others there are 2 to 3 acres, with 9 being 1.5 acres. So there is usable property on them above that, above the flood line. Now, the pond itself, McCormick Pond, I can see major issues with us trying to look after nature and work with nature on this one. It's going to be flowing in and out of that like a lake, from what I can see every year that the lake goes up in serious flood conditions. So I think we need some serious studying done in terms of how many lots are practical. And I can see at least 2 being eliminated and maybe joined into side lots and deemed as unbuildable sections of those particular lots. The hydro itself, I worked for hydro, and I worked on the north part of that lake back in 81, 83 approximately there, to put hydro in by sub cables. And that's when Bill Auld and Ed Bennett assisted me in going out, and hydro going out, more specific, to determine how far up from the water lines or the shorelines and get to above that 12, 14-foot rise in water level. And it was really, really hard to do. I can see some major issues where you won't be putting pad mount transformers and cables running into pads on the ground. You'll have to be up hydro poles, a number of different things there. The septic issue, another one. So I think we need some specific information on septics for these particular lots, unless we can get into the higher ground lots. But combining the ones that are low, I think is really something we have to look at in a big way. So we've got some work to do there, and I hope Mr. Keene, he can come to grips with working above the high water mark for folks for buildings and safety reasons. That's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So again, I'm very conscious of the time. I'll simply say this at this stage, because we're not going to, obviously, we're not approving something, and we got some more work to do. But I do share some of the concerns that have been raised tonight. And I made a list of the ones that, that have been raised. I think there are definitely some things that have to be considered, and we have to go back and satisfy ourselves that McCormick's Pond, for example, is a good example, is going to be protected and whatever goes on. There's certainly the issue of the lot, of how much of the lot is above water and is buildable and that sort of thing. That has to be looked at a little more carefully. So anyway, that's where I'm at. This isn't a done deal, and we have to we're going to have to work with our staff are going to have to work with the planning board and to see how we can address some of these things. And we're going to have to get the applicant involved, of course, in also responding to these issues that have been raised. So that's where I'm at we probably, I'm pretty sure that our CAO would like a motion. I don't think, rather than try to go through and do an elaborate well, I don't know. I'm looking at this. I'm wondering if we could simply have a motion that directs staff to work with the planning board and the applicant to address the concern, to see how we can address the concerns that have been raised and bring it back to a subsequent meeting, not a long time from now, but we need to move fairly quickly on dealing with this, in fairness to the applicant. You know, we can't just put it off indefinitely. So would someone like to make a motion like that, to that effect, that we direct staff to
Can I ask a question?
you may.
So why planning board? Like isn't John the planning board plus people who vote?
But they're the decision makers.
No, I realize.
That's why.
My point is to say, well, our staff to work with the planning board. Who's the planning board? John. Why wouldn't you say our staff to work with our planners to address all the issues? And
All right. So if you want to do,
we're not ready to kick it to the planning.
yeah. No, we're not. That's what I'm saying. We're not endorsing the application. Like, not,
That's what I questioned. You said work with planning board.
well, sorry. When I said the planning board, I mean the staff of the planning board. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Work with John.
Yeah. All right. Are you, so I need a mover and seconder, just for the record, so that we can say we did something, right? Councillor Gorham Matthews. Seconded by Councillor Lamb. And the motion, did you get the motion or? Yeah.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. What I heard is that the CAO and staff will work with John Jackson at the planning board, as well as the applicant, to address issues that have been discussed at this meeting.
Okay. All right. Has everybody got that? Can I call the question? All in favor, please indicate. All right.
I'm okay, Councilor McEwen.
Thank you, Councilor. That's carried. Bring that up later. Okay, so because of the, by the way, I don't know, just before we get off this topic completely, in case some of you decide you don't want to stay to the bitter end, right? But there's some, I do appreciate everybody's being orderly and respectful, and I appreciate the turnout of people who are interested in this. It's obviously, it's a good thing, right? So anyway, I'm going to have to do a little bit of modification here of the agenda, because we are not going to get to all things. So I think we'll move over the consent agenda, the accounts payable, and a couple of the staff reports. But we do have a couple of things that we absolutely have to do. So I'd like to go to item 9.2, which is a budget amendment for the purposes of a property purchase. And that report So if you would turn to that one, please. Thanks, folks. All right, so I need a mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Heightstone does hereby receive report FIN 2022-10, which is a 2022 budget amendment related to a property purchase at 2125 Highway 124 Dunchurch for information, and that capital, an item, capital project 2125 Highway 124 Dunchurch at a cost of $695,000, sorry, be added to the 2022 capital budget, and that financing from the Toronto Dominion Bank in the amount of $695,000 be added to the 2022 capital budget. Can I get a mover and seconder for that, please? It's moved by Councillor Woods. Seconded by Councillor Gorham Matthews. Thank you. All right, is there any discussion on this? I don't think you probably can, no, I'm sorry.
There will be a question period for the public coming up shortly.
All right, yeah. All right, then, if you're ready for the question, I'm going to ask our clerk to call the roll, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Gorham Matthews. Yes. Councillor Lamb.
Yes.
Councillor McEwen.
Yes.
Councillor Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
All right, thank you. So that one is done. I'd like,
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, if I could there be a little bit of an explanation for the public on that? I don't think folks probably understand what it is, where it is.
yes, I think we could do that. The property in question is a property immediately to the east of the the LCBO. It used to have a restaurant on it that was called the Hitchin Post, and then the Twist, and basically what happened is the owners of the property had decided that they were going to, at one time they had various plans for development of the property, and finally they decided to abandon those just because they had a lot of other things to do. And municipality had previously expressed an interest in that property because we are boxed in terms of our municipal complex here in the Dunchurch City Center, if you can call it that. And so we thought it was a good option for available land. It does have access to a little bit of access to Whitestone Lake and so on, and it's got good access to the highway and so on. So we thought it would be important to have it for future, for purposes of future municipal use. And we were able to secure it from the owners who basically were intending to put it back on the market, and so we were able to negotiate a deal with them. The other thing I guess I should say about it is that we don't have a specific plan for it at the moment. We're not going to open a restaurant on it, by the way, or anything like that. But the plan is to and it'll probably take a while for this to happen. Maybe in the next term of council, but the idea would be that there would be a sense of public consultation on potential uses and maybe potential reconfiguration of the municipal site as a whole to come up with a long-term plan for what we want to do with it. It's basically an investment in the future of Whitestone, so that we would have the ability to expand and add other things that we want to do. So, but there is no specific plan at the moment. We just, in the interim, you will see that there may be some use made of the property in the meantime. Many of you will notice that there's been a donut truck on there and that was arranged, by the way, by the previous owners. But we are honoring the agreement that they had with the previous owners. So they'll, for the time being, because it brings in a little bit of revenue as opposed to it just being a vacant lot. And there are some other things that we have identified that could be done with it in the short run. It's not the building's unusable. It's not likely going to be successful as a restaurant in the way it was in the past. So hopefully that helps you understand a bit. We can perhaps have more, we'll have some sort of a public announcement about it perhaps at a later date, but I'd like to move to 9.4, which is a contract award for the purchase of a new backhoe. And this is the motion I'm looking for is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive report Public Works 2022-07 contract award for the purchase of a new backhoe for information, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone is hereby award the contract for the supply and delivery of backhoe to Brett Tractor Limited in the amount of $179,948.01 plus HST. So could I get a mover and seconder for that one, please? Thank you. Councillor Woods, Councillor Lamb. I will ask our CAO just to comment on.
Our public works manager actually is online.
Oh, is he?
So
Oh, all right.
he
I'm
can
sorry.
speak to his report.
I didn't notice that.
He's been waiting patiently.
Oh, okay. David, go ahead, please.
Through you,
David,
Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. I hope everybody can hear me.
We can.
Excellent. Yes, we've got our tender for a backhoe, which we budgeted for 2022. We've got two prices that have come in on budget. One for the CAT and one for John Deere. We've proposed the purchase of a John Deere within budget. We also have a John Deere grader, so service might be able to be coordinated with that. The John Deere has a little bit more power to it, and they're both suitable for the type of work that we're doing, loading our trucks in the winter. Thank you.
My understanding is that the offer is only good for a very short time, so we have to move on it, correct? Is that, did you say that? She's nodding, okay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Public Works Manager Creaser, you might want to speak to the proposed discount that we'll get if we order by July 22nd.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. We have 2022 pricing, which includes a discount of just under $10,000, which is good until July 22nd, which is a couple days from now. Provided these units are still available, once that happens, it rolls over to a 2023. We'll have to wait for a John Deere, and the price will be about 10,000 higher. So we would have to reevaluate if we did delay on purchase. So right now we have about a $10,000 discount if we make a resolution this evening.
All right.
Thank you.
So thank you. Since this is a major purchase, it is budgeted, by the way, but since it's a major purchase, I'll ask our clerk to call the roll, please. Just.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Gore Matthews.
Yes.
Councillor Lamb.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor McEwen.
Yes.
Councillor Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
Thank you very
All
much.
right, thank you. Now that, with that, we are at bylaws, item number 10, which is the bylaw again to authorize the purchase of the property that we discussed a few minutes ago. I'll read it to you and ask for a mover and seconder. Firstly, the bylaw 39/2022 being a bylaw to authorize the purchase of, firstly, parcel 20372, section, that's Perry so section, part lot 59, concession B, Hagerman, being part lot 5, plan 61, west of Church Street, part lots 13 to 15, plan 61, south of Main Street, part 1 of plan 42 R7285 and part 6 of plan 42 R6495, together with part 6, plan 42 R6495, as in RO 75091, and there's a PIN number provided, which I don't expect you all to remember. And secondly, part lot 59, concession B, Hagerman, being parts 1 and 2 of plan R11704. And there's a PIN number, and it is all municipally known as 2125 Highway 124 Dunchurch. And the assessment roll is 4939010009027000. And to authorize a loan in the amount of $695,000 for payment towards the above referenced property be read a first and second time this 19th day of July 2022, and further read a third time, passed and properly signed and sealed this 19th day of July 2022, and numbered by law 39-2022. It's moved by Councillor Brian Wood, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Is there any discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Gore Matthews,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb. Yes. Councillor McEwen,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you, that motion is carried.
Okay, there are no business matters, so we've done that one. I think we can skip the correspondence, and I guess I really should apologize. I see there are a couple of people from Lorimer Lake who are on this call, and I know you folks have waited patiently, but unless you speak up right now, I'm going to assume that you don't want to. You would rather do this at a time when we're not up against adjournment. Is that
You're correct
is that
in
fair? Either Gary or Cecilia, one of you that.
yeah, you're correct in assuming that.
Okay, and my apologies to you both. I know you sat patiently. All right, so we're going to skip the correspondence, and we will just add it to the list of items that we have at the next time, and we will get to it. So are there any councillor items? Councillor Woods.
Two quick ones, Mr. Mayor. Over the weekend, I received multiple phone calls from people in the municipality saying that they couldn't get a copy of an agenda. And I would just like to ask staff if we could maybe put more in the agenda boxes throughout the municipality, not just the ones at the liquor store. I'll just leave it at that.
And so not enough agenda in the agenda boxes, right?
Yep.
Okay. I'm sure our CEO clerk will take notice of that. Anything else? All right.
Mr. Mayor, I might just bring, Mr. Mayor, Councilor McEwen.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor McEwen. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to just bring people's attention to the first piece of correspondence, which is the Prairie Sound Rec and Pool Committee. They've done a tremendous amount of work in recent time here. So the minutes are in there from the June meeting, which are interesting for folks interested. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. All right then. If there's nothing else, do we have questions from the public? Mrs. Lamb, go ahead. Is that what it is? I don't know. Sorry about that. Carry on. Hopefully.
I'd like to make people who are here and listening in that the library is having their annual book sale. Not this weekend, but the following weekend, July 30th and 31st. Over Saturday, over Sunday here in the community center. The setup will be on Friday. We are looking for volunteers. There may be students, their high school volunteer hours, and we are here to help those students get their hours. For able-bodied people who want to come and lift books for us from the downstairs community center, from the library. So that setup's really important on Friday, and the tear down's really important on Sunday. So if you're interested in helping us, either by helping us set up, manning a room, or coming to buy your books, we have great prizes. Think of July 30 and 31. And I have a second point, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
I would like to just respectfully repeat what was said by public meetings with council meetings. After 2 meetings in a row, you're exhausted, the public's exhausted, and I'm just wondering if there could be some consideration to reformatting how these meetings are held. Because we're now 4 hours since the meeting started, and I don't think that that's good service to people who want to participate fully in public meetings, to have them start where they are. Just my opinion, based on what I've seen.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, they could be separate meetings, of course. There's just in the middle of the summer, it's kind of hard, kind of hard to find other meetings in the agenda, but maybe we could have done that. I do hate to rush everybody, but on the other hand, anyway, good point. Make public meetings separate. Yeah, okay. All right, any other questions from the public? You had a question?
Can we talk about that property for a second?
You may.
Most of the presentations tonight had very thorough documents presented with maps, pictures. Do you realize that you've purchased a piece of property that has access to the lake via a right-of-way road? Which you will now become part of that association. I would imagine. So I'm kind of surprised that that document wasn't in there, number one, and maybe you wouldn't have talked to the cottagers who were even on that right away. 4 or 5 cottages. You're going to have municipal trucks going in there possibly, you're going to need places to park, you're going to things like that, and whatever else, right, eventually, so. I'm just making a comment, just a little bit disappointed that not even the map was in there, and we found about it today, so I had no time to prepare. All the other cottages were not here today.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No,
And you're going to make future decisions about this property.
Yeah.
You
And
mentioned that, and I appreciate that, and I'm actually, I'm kind of glad you purchased it. Because we had no idea what was going to go on with that property. They were making vast accessing the water. There's no way that I'd be out of here in 2 minutes of that. Disgusting. 75-foot frontage. And then other things that you were talking about, so in a way, you know, I appreciate it, but know about it until
Oh.
the various minutes.
Well, and yeah, I understand completely where you're coming from. Unfortunately, what you will appreciate with us is that we get into negotiations with the, you know, with somebody. If we want to buy or sell property, those things are all done in closed session of council. And the whole council is involved, right? But they're not dealt with in the public for obvious reasons, because that would then cause other people to start, you know, trying to get in it. So what I can assure you is that there will be, you know, to the extent that I have anything to do with it, there will be discussions in the future when we're when we get to the point of talking about what to do with the property. Then we would certainly want to engage with the folks who have cottage properties that use that access road and so on. And
But you purchased that, so now you're part of the right of way road association, right now.
well, I guess we're the owners of the road. Other people have the right to use it, but yeah, it's I mean, nothing is different. It's not any different than it was before in that sense.
It is, because you're now different people will you have to deal with.
Well, so, but if one of your neighbors sells his cottage, then you got a different person you need to deal with. You and you don't. I'm not sure what you're saying. You don't get to approve who they sell it to, right?
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah.
I didn't say that, but like the road association will be working with you.
Yep.
Yeah, somebody from the parks, whatever it is, around your representative for roads and whatever else. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. No. That's fine. I understand. Yeah. Okay. So is there anything else? Oh, I see Ed Can has his hand up. Ed, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make a couple of quick comments in response to what Joe McEwen said about the pool. That if you read the minutes which are attached and you watch the YouTube presentation of the actual council, they are quite different. There was a contract signed for a general manager of $565,000, which was never included in the previous presentation or costing. There was an $89,000 proposal for a planning for someone to sell the rights to the building. They can't argue, they were arguing amongst themselves as to whether they have the right to sell the building, sell the naming rights. It was chaos. In addition, I don't know if you've noticed, but Barry YMCA has canceled their pool because they did the same cost analysis back in 2019, and it came to $45 million. Their new costs are $90 million. The costs on the West Ferry Sound pool were grossly understated in 2019. And now they're fundraising. Instead of to help the cost, they're fundraising for a 6-lane pool. I tell you, we should stay completely away from this because this is going to be chaos. It's going to collapse in flames. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyway, I think we are concluded. No, we have, yes. We have a confirming bylaw, please, or confirmatory bylaw. Can I move by Councillor Lamb, seconded by, I see Councillor Woods. All in favor, please indicate.
In favor.
And how about adjournment?
I move, Council McEwen.
All right. Counselor Woods has seconded, so we'll. Counselor McEwen moves, Counselor Woods seconds. That this meeting be adjourned at, it's 10:45 PM. I'm assuming everybody's in favor. If you all get up. Thank you very much, everybody, for your patience and perseverance.